This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Even when I'm feeling like I don't want to do this bullshit another night, and I'm down and out, and I don't want to be talking about what this news be doing. That opening does it for me. I really like the special election coverage opening. It gets me hyped. Good evening and welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Wednesday and it is night 3 of us raw dogging the Republican National Convention taking place in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Good evening. Tonight we are going to get to witness Peter Navarro, former Trump advisor, fresh out of prison, will be speaking at the RNC moments after being released from prison. Are you guys all being quiet or the chat not working? Restream was being really weird when I was on there earlier. But I don't know, maybe the cat's got your tongue. Clinically was in here like 10 minutes before we started. There we go. Dougie, clinically. Good evening, friends. Welcome. I need to be packing the bong because you know I am not high enough for this shit. Now, apparently, they're not getting their shindig started until 7 o'clock tonight. Last night, speakers started before we started. Got started at 6 o'clock on Monday night, so tonight, apparently a short one. Speakers not starting until 7 o'clock. So maybe we get a chance to find out what that news be doing. Maybe I got some car crashes we can watch. Some car chases. And some police car chases. I am tired, guys. I am tired. I've been working my ass off at my job. Plus, we have streamed over 6 hours every night of the RNC. I was slap happy last night. I couldn't even go to bed. I played Red Dead till like 3:30 in the morning. Knowing I was having to get up at like 9 this morning, do bullshit for work. I really wanted to take a nap before this shit got started, but no nap for me. Listen up, liberal. Crashes the economy. Of course, that is Argentine President Javier Milei. Is it Javier? Did I say it right? I feel like I'm not even really going to have to learn how to say his name because he isn't going to be a thing for very much longer. It's like Bolsonaro. Kind of a flash in the pan. Also, Bolsonaro, another president that ran for re-election, got shot and lost their election. I was talking with my buddy who doesn't know politics at all earlier, and we were discussing. He was like, "You know, Teddy Roosevelt got shot." And I was like, "Yes, he did get shot." Well, he's running for re-election. He was running as an independent, though. He lost to both the Democrat and the Republican. I think the socialist candidate came in third, and then Teddy Roosevelt came in fourth, running as, I called it the Bullworth Party, and he corrected me, and he was like, "Wasn't it the Bull Moose Party?" And I'm like, "You're right. It was the Bull Moose Party." Quesadilla. Good evening, my friend. So I was proud of my buddy who doesn't know politics, who isn't a junkie like I am, corrected me, got it right. We're like the bullshit party, am I right? Ah ha ha. Now that's the party we're going to see the convention of tonight, live from Milwaukee. This is the live shot from inside of the convention center, the Fiserv. I thought they were saying Pfizer, and I thought it was hilarious that they were in the Pfizer Center, but it is the Fiserv, Fisev, Fiserv. In Milwaukee? It is where the Bucks play. When I first looked it up, I saw that they have an arena that is bigger than this one. So I did not figure that this is where the Bucks play, but apparently this is where the Bucks play. Five-serve arena, or Fiserv. Not Pfizer. Fiserv. So apparently speakers getting underway tonight at 7. We're going to have Donald Trump Jr. is the... I don't think he's the main event. I think J.D. Vance will be the main event tonight. That'll be your final speaker. Donald Trump Jr. We're going to get Peter Navarro fresh out of prison. And since we're not getting started for another hour, it looks like we're going to find out what that news be doing. I wasn't expecting that. The Buckfutter Arena. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Allow me to show you guys something. Apparently nobody published it in a news story yet. I guess I just saw it on Twitter. But apparently the usage of the Grindr app in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, through the roof, causing outages. Quesadilla knew exactly what I was talking about. Ducky, did I tell you good evening? Hello, my friend. Glad to see everyone tonight. You're clearly all gluttons for punishment because you're here with me for the RNC. Yes, so much usage in Milwaukee, Wisconsin caused outages on Grindr. Those of you not aware of what Grindr it is the gay hookup app. Grindr is the gay hookup app. Or I guess in my case, it's a bi hookup app, right? I'm not gay. I'm not gay, but I suck a little dick. I feel like if these two motherfuckers sucked a little dick, then we wouldn't have the issues that we have. I feel there's a lot of repression in our society, and that causes most of our problems. What are you doing? Well, I guess we're doing this shit again tonight. And the other two are up here like, what's he think he's doing? I am not high enough for this. Already, it's starting off contentious tonight. Me and Maynard are gonna fight. Seriously, what are you doing? Are you in my plate? Where I just ate? You know better than that shit. This cat, man. I don't have the deluge of stories that I'd had yesterday, day before, to talk about. I was trying to fit everything in as we were doing C-SPAN calls last night. You want to start with the assassination, I guess? Yeah, see, it says the halfway post. An executive of the gay dating app Grindr says Republican National Convention is basically Grindr's Super Bowl. What is the halfway post? Is that some kind of... Yeah, it's satire. Halfway true comedy and satire. That's what I figured, so... Yeah, I guess we'll get the latest on the would-be assassin that missed his shot and caused Kyle Gass to be fired from Tenacious D. We'll get more info on him.
News can reveal that Thomas Crooks's father, the owner of the rifle that was used to shoot at Donald Trump, was held on a database and profiled by the former president's election campaign and identified by them as a strong Republican supporter, gun owner and hunter. The information was compiled as part of a secret Republican project to gather data on millions of gun owners across America and use it to target pro-gun messages in the run-up to the 2016 election. And here's why they did it. The city of Pittsburgh is a key battleground in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania, so voters here are always heavily profiled and targeted by political parties, like the Trump campaign in 2016, which held voters' details on a database, including, as we've discovered, the shooter's family, Matthew Crooks and his wife Mary, who lived here at 2506 Milford Drive in Bethel Park. We know they profiled them using secret computer models to identify likely gun owners and enthusiasts, and Mr. Crooks scored very highly, 0.99 out of 1 for being a gun owner and 0.95 out of 1 for being a hunter. In fact, out of more than 19,000 people in Bethel Park who were profiled, Mr. Crooks was in the top 20, and the database classified him as a strong GOP or Republican voter.
Now that does not necessarily say anything about the politics of the kid. However, schoolmates have said that he was a conservative. It could very well be that he, as I predicted, he could very well be a Groyper type who thinks that Donald Trump is not conservative enough, is being controlled by the Jews. That could very well be a thing.
A seemingly simple video capturing Saturday's large crowd in Butler, also seemingly capturing a much more sinister moment.
I wanted to pan the crowd because it was a massive crowd, so I was just taking in the moment. So this
couple thousand
shooting, obviously had no idea how that day would end.
Let's walk you through this video you'll see only on 4. The man who captured it all, not wanting to show his face on camera. He says he was trying to capture the crowd and take it all in, but if you take a closer look, you'll notice someone in the background. The timestamp is 5:06, and the video appears to show 20-year-old Thomas Crooks lurking near a building just past the secure parameters of the event itself. As the video pans to the crowd, you'll notice law enforcement vehicles stationed in the area as well. As the camera moves back towards the building, Crooks appears to be seen again. Blink and you may miss it, but it likely shows Crooks was in the area for more than an hour before the shots were fired.
When I saw the video last night, when I was going back through my video clips and saw him, I was chilled to the point where I couldn't fall asleep right away, and I didn't sleep well. There's something really went wrong with this.
Well, yeah, cops are incompetent. And let me be perfectly clear. It is possible that the kid was not motivated by politics at all. He may have just been suicidal and wanted to go out with the biggest bang that he could. And what bigger bang is there than to, try to assassinate the president? And it may have not been he's on one side of the aisle or the other. It may not have been politically motivated at all. We've got to keep that possibility open. It sure doesn't seem, though, with the information that we have at hand, that he was some sort of radical lefty loon that was driven to do what he did out of because of the rhetoric of the left, as many on the right are trying to paint it. Obstructed view may have delayed sniper response at Trump rally. 3D analysis shows counter snipers likely had difficulty seeing the gunman before he fired. Within seconds of 20-year-old Pennsylvania resident Thomas Matthew Crooks opening fire at former President Donald Trump's rally in Butler on Saturday evening, he was fatally shot by the Secret Service. But how did a specialized team of counter snipers fail to prevent its worst security lapse in decades? A Washington Post analysis based on more than 40 videos and photos, as well as satellite imagery and terrain analysis used to build a 3D model examining the rally site and shooter's position, found that the two Secret Service counter sniper teams may have initially been hindered in their ability to see the shooter as he crawled up the roof due to its slanted sides. Now, here's the thing, as many people have pointed out on Twitter and in YouTube videos, how is it that all these people at the rally, we have multiple videos now of rally goers saying, there he is, he's on the roof, he's got a gun. How did all of them see him, but these fucking professionals didn't? The 20-year-old picked a better spot than the Secret Service. Absolutely. So if you've not seen the recreation, this is what the site looked like. We had the picture like the day of the New York Times. Post 3D model established that both units may have been hampered by the pitch of the building's roof where Crooks was found, which rises roughly 3.5 feet from its exterior walls to its peak. According to the analysis, which placed a camera at the eye view of the teams, Crooks would likely not have been visible as he crawled up the roof to take his final shooting position. The post reconstruction shows that the northernmost Secret Service counter sniper team closest to the suspect, slightly more than 400 feet away and atop approximately 23-foot tall barn, may have further struggled to see him because of two trees. So this is the... Did this just get announced, DJ Dub? He was just given a press conference. Oh, there we go. The Guardian is reporting it 5 minutes ago. DJ Dub on the ball over here. Testing positive for COVID. Yeah, we know the first gentleman had COVID like a week ago. President was due to speak at the Unidos U.S. conference, but organizers told attendees he would not be able to join them. This is wild. This coming just hours after Joe Biden promised that if he had a medical emergency, he would step aside. 6 hours ago, reported by the New York Times. Holy fucking shit. Biden says he'd reevaluate campaign if medical condition emerged. If doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem, he'd reevaluate. It was in an interview with BET News, apparently.
Is there anything that you would look to, you personally, not anybody else, not other pundits, not even perhaps family members, that you would look to say, if I see that, I will reevaluate?
If I had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. But I made a serious mistake in the whole debate. And look, when I originally ran, you may remember it, I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this, just pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided. And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings is a little bit of wisdom. And I think I've demonstrated that I know how to get things done for the country, in spite of the fact they're told we couldn't get it done. But there's more to do, and I'm reluctant to walk away from that.
Well, we are once again. We dig it out. It's been about 4 years. Here we go again.
Biden dies of COVID watch.
We are back on Biden dies of COVID watch.
Biden dies of COVID watch.
Well, I have it at the ready because this isn't the first time, DJ Dub. Also, I have a hard time when it's people's real names, but I believe it was you, DJ Dub. Did you throw me a very generous tip last night after the stream? And if so, thank you, my friend. That was greatly appreciated. I'm just assuming because it was a lot of D's in that Christian name. May have not been, may not been. I had some medical condition that emerged. Doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. Right before you called me a paid shill. Nice. Did not know the timing. I did not know that. It didn't notify me until like 1 o'clock in the morning. I was like, what? Biden has resisted growing calls from Democrats to abandon his re-election bid following the debate last month that raised fresh questions about his age and mental acuity. He has repeatedly defended himself since then by pointing to his doctor's opinions that he remains up for the job. Kevin O'Connor, the White House physician, wrote in February following an annual physical that Biden is healthy, active, robust, 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. The physical included a neurological evaluation, the White House later confirmed. DJ Dub, I was drained. I absolutely was drained. I'm still kind of drained, but we're gonna fucking work through it tonight. Wasn't expecting to have to do a show. But here we are. We gotta fill an hour and we can do it. One time when I was doing the Freak Show, so that was a panel show, right? I had 4 guests slated to be there with me. It's 8 o'clock. The intro is hitting, and no one is in the studio with me yet. And I'm like, well, I wasn't prepared to do 4 hours of radio by myself, but I will, and I could. And everybody came in at the absolute last second, put their headphones on right as the intro was playing, and I was astounded. Once again, if you're just joining us, Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID. We are on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
which throws yet another wrinkle into a wild campaign. Biden has canceled a speaking engagement at the Unidos U.S. annual conference because he has tested positive for COVID.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. Regrettably, I was just on the phone with President Biden, and he shared his deep disappointment at not being able to join us this afternoon. The President has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID. So, of course, we understand that he needs to take the precautions that have been recommended, and he did not obviously want to put anybody at risk. He said to tell my folks that we're not going to get rid of him that quickly. We're going to have a chance to hear from him in the future directly.
Come on, man.
He's just really sorry he couldn't be with us, and obviously we share that disappointment, but we've seen how COVID has still impacted many in our community still, and we understand that he needs to take the steps he needs to take to not just protect himself, but to protect all of us. So we appreciate
Wow. Venus, good evening. Welcome in. We are now on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
Really didn't think I'd be getting use out of that one again. As I've said, if they were being optimal with their timing, if Biden was to step aside, tomorrow is the day to do it. The president having COVID and having to cancel an event is going to upstage the vice presidential candidate for the Republicans speaking tonight. The president stepping down and deciding not to run for re-election would upstage the former president and GOP hopeful for the presidency, Donald Trump, speaking tomorrow night. Or even Friday, a Friday afternoon news conference would let Trump have the morning news cycle and then knock him out of the weekend news cycle. Biden announcing that he's leaving the race, if he's going to, this week is the optimal time. That's me as a media person. According to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, the president is vaccinated and boosted and has mild symptoms. The White House will provide regular updates on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. The president's doctor said that Biden felt okay for his first event of the day, but given that he was not feeling better, point-of-care testing for COVID-19 was conducted and the results were positive. He's been going around meeting with people, maskless, an 81-year-old man. So that is where we stand, as right now we are about 30 minutes away from coverage beginning. We've been joking about Trump getting shot. It's okay, Venus. How wild would it be if one of them dies, but it's Biden from COVID? Either or, yeah, DJ Dub. We God could have, and see, that's how I know there's no God. God could have took both of them out of our lives, get them out of our way. But no. Biden's gonna survive. It's not gonna be serious. Well, he has COVID now. What has been the excuse for the last, 3 weeks he's been coughing his ass off? Just now he got COVID? This is what a wild, I would like a normal election. Since I have been doing political streaming, we have not had a normal election. Can we have a normal election? What even is a normal election anymore? Those days are gone, aren't they? I do want to point out, for those of you who may be behind on your boosters, it might be a good time to go get vaccinated because we are seeing COVID rates skyrocketing all across the country. Tadpole, good evening. Sparkles, good evening. Sparkles, if you're just joining us, you might not be aware of the news. We are now on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
Joe Biden canceling an event just about 30 minutes ago. The pee poo poo check. COVID rates skyrocketing across the country.
In today's Health Smart, wastewater levels of COVID-19 have reached very high levels here in California. According to the CDC, California is one of 7 states currently carrying the very high designation. In LA County, coronavirus measurements in wastewater have jumped significantly, up about 10% at the end of June. Nationally, virus measurements in sewage have reached high levels for the first time this summer.
Well, all I gotta say with all this poop talk is I got some advice for you.
Life is too short to walk this earth or a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
Once again, we're about 30 minutes away from the Republican National Convention. I don't know this one. Not sure the name of this tune. 2 or 3 a day? Might be one of their original songs. It might be one of these dudes' own songs. Oh, that's Taking It to the Street. Is that... Holy fuck, I fucked up my graphics. Is that... It's not BTO, that's Chicago? It's one of those shit rock bands. I don't know what you guys are talking. I shit like 50 times a day, but it's all within like a 3-hour period in the morning. Am I weird? I guess this is as good a story as any to cover. Sparkles, you knew this. How long have you known me? Reporter who covered Biden for more than 50 years calls on him to throw in the towel. He is a selfish man weakened by age. President Biden should have never sought a second term, begins the brutally direct op-ed written by Curtis Wilkie, who describes himself as having known Joe Biden longer than any reporter who ever covered him, and the language only gets harsher from there. Biden has remained adamant that he intends to forge ahead to November, but he's faced growing calls from fellow Democrats to exit the race, and even former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has reportedly given the green light to Democrats in vulnerable districts to publicly call for Biden to step aside. Actor and major Democrat... Why would that be Nancy Pelosi's job to give them the green light? I thought Hakeem Jeffries is the party leader. Actor and major Democratic donor George Clooney dropped an op-ed in the New York Times calling for Biden to quit the race, saying that the devastating truth was that Biden was not the man he was a few years ago. In a column for Mississippi Today published on Wednesday, Wilkie made clear he holds a similar view as Clooney, describing how he first met Biden in Wilmington in the summer of 1971. At the time, Biden was an ambitious 28-year-old New Castle County councilman who was smart with a touch of the smartass, brash with a fondness for F-bombs, and a cut above the average county councilman. And Wilkie, just 2 years older, was a reporter for the local newspaper. Wilkie would go on to follow Biden's long-shot run for the U.S. Senate and surprise win, accompanying him on the Amtrak ride from Wilmington to Washington, D.C., to watch the young senator introduce himself to everyone he encountered so they didn't think the barely 30-year-old Biden was an elevator operator. In Wilkie's view, there are many similarities between himself and Biden in their 80s due to the frailties of old age that grip us both and have begun to diminish our physical and cognitive powers. Concerns he held long before the president's disastrous debate performance last month. This fall, I'll be 84 and Biden will be 82. I began worrying about both of us a couple of years ago, wrote Wilkie, describing how he was having incidents he found troubling where he forgot a name of someone I know well, or a simple word, as well as mobility issues. The president, he noted, had some of the same handicaps, and his enthusiasm seemed withered. For the love of God, I'm having those issues now at 40. The president faces crises every day, and the job makes relentless demands that ravage much younger occupants of the White House. That's true. That's something I hadn't even thought about. If you need any proof, go look at a picture of George W. Bush in 2000 and look at a picture of George W. Bush in 2009. Go look at a picture of Barack Obama in 2008. And go look at a picture of Barack Obama in 2016. Go look at a picture of Bill Clinton in 1991 and compare it to a picture of Bill Clinton in 2001. There is something about that job that it has to be fucking stressful. Because you come out of that job looking 30 years older. Seriously, if you do not believe me. Let's look at this youthful Barack Obama in 2008. That young, exuberant face. See what he's looking like about 2017. It didn't stress Trump at all, but that's because, it's Trump. I don't think the burden of the job weighed on Trump the way it did, even on W. Like, I think W fundamentally was trying to do his best and is just misguided by the rich and powerful motherfuckers that are around him. And one of the reasons why Biden doesn't look older, he does actually look older. But one of the reasons why I think that W, and like I don't want to rehabilitate his image. He's still a war criminal. He still lied us into Iraq. The the George W. Bush administration set the table for what was to come with Donald Trump. So I'm not trying to rehabilitate George W. Bush at all. One of the things that's made me a little less spiteful towards him is knowing how seriously he took the idea of a global pandemic. He absolutely beefed up the CDC in anticipation of what would happen should a pandemic occur. Obama also highly concerned about a pandemic. W is absolutely the man who released Man Bear Pig. What are you talking about, Sparkles? The only reason we got Man Bear Pig is because Al Gore lost the 2020 election. Biden ain't covering up no pandemic. Biden right in the heart of the pandemic once again. We are on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
Biden finding out firsthand just about an hour ago the pandemic ain't over. We're about 20 minutes away from festivities at the RNC. Don't they look excited? There's only one reason I even want to fucking play this. Yeah, how many people is Biden giving it to? We ragged on Trump. Being a super spreader. Biden's been campaigning hardcore the last 2 weeks. Fucking H1N1 is absolutely rampant in cattle farms right now. It is worrying what's going on. Because if we do not contain it, each time it jumps from an animal to a human, that's one more chance it has to be able to go human to human. And we could be fucked. We do not know exactly what the mortality rate would be. But in poultry, it's something like 80 fucking %. It's insane. So yeah, H1N1 is something to keep your eye on. Because we've seen numerous human infections. What, we're up to like a dozen or so? A couple dozen? Because it's been running rampant in farms. Let's talk a little bit about Ukraine before we get started with the convention, shall we? You guys are going to know exactly why I played this clip just as soon as I do.
It does seem like the vice president was pretty clear when he said that he doesn't care about what happens in Ukraine either way. But you don't think that Ukraine is at all at a risk of losing support with Trump in office?
Trump has never said, as J.D. Vance said that, Trump has never said that. Right? Trump came up with a different approach Trump has come up with a different approach. I mean, the reason we made it a loan, what did Trump say? Let's make it a loan. That's basically the easiest loan ever with no interest and no timelines on it. Trump has always been pretty good about supporting Ukraine. When Obama was giving Ukraine, blankets, Trump was giving them weapons. So I'm not as worried about the Trump presidency. Sure. J.D. Vance says Ukraine doesn't matter all that much. Well, the vice presidency doesn't matter all that much either. The president is what matters.
Whoa!
Voting for.
Sir, I do want to ask you about China because Beijing is also close. It does.
Wow, what a clip. That does not negate the fact that I would give anything I own to piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy. Is that glued on? Is it like a stick-on thing? Like what? Like where's the strap? Like an adhesive thing he's got going on? All we are is dust in the wind. I really fucked that one up. Sorry. Could not let me sing. The highest profile Democrat yet has come out to call for Biden to step aside. He is the head of the impeachment against Donald Trump, the soon-to-be senator from California, Adam Schiff.
The campaign trail, despite all these calls from Democrats to step aside, the president making it clear to voters that
pussy suction
to drop out of the race. Our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is there on the trail with the president. She's in Las Vegas. So, Selena, let's start just with the breaking news that we did get just moments ago. Congressman Adam Schiff now calling for President Biden to step out of the presidential race. Let's just talk about how this list continues to grow of prominent Democrats telling the president it's time to step aside.
Yeah, Kira, this is a significant new development, and Representative Adam Schiff, he is one of the most high-profile Democrats to publicly call on President Biden to step aside. In a statement sent to us, I just want to read to you exactly what he said. He said, "A second Trump presidency will undermine the very foundation of our democracy, and I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November." He goes on to say, while the choice to withdraw from the campaign is President Biden's alone, I believe it is time for him to pass the torch, and in doing so, secure his legacy of leadership by allowing us to defeat Donald Trump in the upcoming election. Now, Kira.
Sorry to cut away here, but apparently we're gonna get started over here at the Republican National Convention. This is Watley.
You know, when you think about where we are as a country today, you got to start by thinking about where we were 4 years ago.
In the middle of COVID.
Russia was in check. China was in check. Iran was in check. Our southern border was secure, and our economy was strong. Where are we today? Russia has invaded Ukraine.
Anonymously.
They've parked a nuclear missile.
Sorry about your firing 4 years ago.
Off our shore in Havana, Cuba. China is saber rattling and threatening Taiwan. And Iran has openly attacked our ally, Israel, through its proxies and with its missiles. 10 million illegal immigrants have
This
come.
guy ain't funny. Next.
And we don't know who they are, where they are, or what they're doing. Our economy is not nearly as strong as it was 4 years ago. We can do better. We need to do better.
Good evening, Princess Kimberly.
Tonight, we are going to hear from great speakers from across the Republican Party.
Clearly, that doesn't include you.
From President Trump's son, Donald Jr.
Ooh.
We're going to hear from the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. And we are going to hear from real Americans who are going to tell their stories about how we need to make America strong again. So it is my pleasure to gavel open this third day of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Here you have it, the gavel opening. Dusky Sorceress. Didn't notice the follow. Thank you.
Evelyn Nunez.
Thank you for being a freaking follower. Welcome to our raw dogging the 2024 Republican National Convention coverage. This is night 3.
Please bow your heads.
No.
Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be together in this room. It has been a long journey.
Hold on, I'm switching screens on you. I'm sorry.
This room. It has been a long journey for many of us, especially for President Trump and his family.
The official GOP feed.
Our fellow patriot, Corey Competori. At this time, we invite you, Holy Spirit, to be part of our convention. We praise you, Heavenly Father. We seek for you to guide the steps of this delegation, the steps of our President Trump, and the steps
Roseanne looking a little bit better.
Vice President.
Maybe she cleaned her act up.
Vance. Remove all stumbling blocks. Jesus Christ, we ask for a new restoration of America, especially for our children. We pray for protection, divine wisdom, and revival for our country, for my state of California and our party. In the name of Jesus, we pray for victory in
Dream of Californication.
In the name of Jesus, amen. Let freedom reign. Woo!
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Fans of America, Troop
Minty, good evening.
Racine, Wisconsin. Let's give them a warm welcome.
You hear they're not going to be called Boy Scouts anymore?
Left, right, left.
The Scouts?
Color guard, hold. Color guard.
That piss you off, conservatives?
Please remain standing.
Yeah.
And the national anthem.
How are they letting young kids in that room? You telling me not one of these people is registered? Nuh-uh.
Sure to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the...
I figured that's why they were doing it, but is that why they're doing it?
One nation.
It's going to be co-ed now?
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome Jenny Thiel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the
I feel like we can do better than this. Let's get a better rendition of this song, shall we? Get a better rendition of the anthem.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare.
You're wrapping up over there.
Bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was Ingrid Andress, who was apparently drunk while she was doing that and is in rehab as of right now.
Soldiers out of war, because that's what a strong leader does.
Epic indeed.
Always
Mr. Elwood, good evening.
Commander-in-Chief had their backs. He was there with them on graduation day, visited with them here and around the world, gave them their largest pay raise in a decade, and he never forgot them after they served, and made sure every vet finally got the health care they deserved. President Trump, he's making America safe and strong again.
Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Brian Mast of Florida.
You ain't got no legs, Brian.
Good evening, America.
Can't be too enormous.
Congressman Brian Mast. Now I've got to start with a
He's got like Cotton Hill syndrome going on.
warriors standing guard around the globe on an aircraft carrier, in a foxhole, on a base somewhere, in this audience, or just watching from home. We love you, veterans.
I'd piss in his leg pussy.
We love them. I too am an Army veteran, a husband, a father of 4. I lost 2 legs and a finger.
Be careful, DJ Dub. Do not wreck.
But nothing could stop me from standing alongside Donald Trump and fighting for America.
You're welcome, Venus.
One of you American service
Vimarussi.
veteran knows the dangers when we join the armed forces, but we risk our lives because we believe in America. As president, Donald Trump rebuilt our military, deterred our enemies, and he made America strong again. Now, I'm not here to sugarcoat it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have once again weakened our armed forces, and through inflation slashed the size of our military budget, just like they slashed the family budget. And at the same time, they've distracted our troops.
We did not slash the military budget.
Extremism training, and they've based promotions on adherence to left-wing political ideology rather than merit. They would rather lose a war than use the wrong pronouns, and we've had enough.
But he's saying we slashed the military budget. We wish.
Donald Trump knows that our military needs warriors and not woke weaklings lecturing our warriors.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Biden and Harris's weakness invites aggression, and our enemies are on the march. Russia invaded Ukraine, Hamas attacked Israel, Iran is funding...
Gandhi, thank you for the recommendation for cheap viewers.
...has Taiwan in their...
Always appreciated.
With his botched
a stump job. He is stumping right now. Stumpy is stumping.
What President Trump rightly called...
Doesn't have a leg to stand. Goddamn.
...day in American history. And what's worse is that Joe Biden doesn't even remember that it cost the lives of 13 American heroes.
Come on, man.
You guys only bring up those 13. Do you know how many people die in the military? Like fucking every month, like a couple people die at least.
Nearly 2,500 of my brothers and sisters gave their lives in that war. Joe Biden disgraced their sacrifice and the sacrifice of all Afghanistan veterans. Kamala Harris stood with him when he did. Neither deserves to be saluted as commander-in-chief or to sit in the Oval Office.
I don't care about the people Joe killed in Gaza. And I gotta take exception, like Joe didn't kill the people in Gaza.
And American service members deserve better.
You can say,
deserves better. And with Donald Trump,
funded, armed,
just get better.
Helped Netanyahu kill
Donald
people
Trump
in Gaza, but Joe didn't do it.
American strength before. Donald Trump will restore American strength again, and with your vote, we won't just make
literally defeated.
Again. We will make America stronger than it's ever been. May God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless the United States of America.
Yeah, I hate this guy. Let's go over to Washington Post, see what they're saying right now.
By senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and columnist James Homan. We're also joined back.
Why does Rhonda always wear green?
Senior video journalist. JM, tell us more about the breaking news of President Biden's health tonight.
As you just mentioned, Libby, the president is experiencing, quote, mild symptoms, according to the White House. He just boarded Air Force One a few minutes ago en route back to Delaware to self-isolate. Biden told reporters that, quote, I feel good. The president's doctor says that he's experiencing a running nose, a cough, and, quote, unquote, general malaise. He's going to continue to carry out his duties in Delaware. The White House doctor the president's doctor also noted that the president has received his first dose of Paxlovid and is fully boosted and has received all of his vaccines for COVID to date. But Libby, this comes just hours after yet another Democrat called for President Biden to step down atop the Democratic...
Oh yeah, I guess tonight's military night.
Adam Schiff from California, who's running for Senate. And this was also as Biden was making a campaign swing through Nevada, a crucial swing state in this.
This is at least the third,
Mark. We'll see how this plays out in the days and weeks ahead here. Libby?
Thanks so much, JM.
One more night, Venus. Trump is tomorrow night.
Serve Forum right here. We can see the action.
Justin is taking Friday off.
Other side of this complex. The delegates are really filling up the floor between us. Rich, what can we expect tonight?
Well, you know, that overarching theme you just mentioned of Make America Strong Again. We know we're going to hear about military and economic threats from China, border security, border security, border security, energy independence, the need for it, and also restoring America's place in the world essentially as a superpower. You can expect to hear from what the RNC is referring to as everyday people, a rancher from Texas whose land is right along the border. He'll talk about what he calls a near constant stream of drugs and human trafficking moving across his property. We'll hear from a petroleum engineer about that need for energy independence and even the ability of the country to have energy independence. Multiple
like we have now,
veterans, including a World War II veteran and more recently a soldier who won the Medal of Honor for fighting in Fallujah. And then you'll also hear from Gold Star families, of course. Gold Star families.
Is this Nancy Mace?
In war.
Good evening, America.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
My name is Nancy. Don't call me Pelosi. Mace. I'm a congresswoman
That sucked.
representing the great state of South Carolina. At the age of 17, I learned that dropping out of high school might not have been the best idea. So I took my first job.
Pelosi does indeed have a nice rat.
Some of you may know as the Waffle House. Denny's was a little too highbrow. While Waffle House was an important part of my journey, it would not be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina.
Oh, that's that place where you go and you find all the alternate Ricks and Mortys.
Burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom.
Sparkles has found her pit bull.
To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education.
Wish I had a sister.
And today I represent a district that includes Paris Island, where we make Marines.
Make them?
What we're witnessing today is proof that strength preserves peace and weakness invites war. We can never project strength around the world when weakness stands in the White House. Nations like China see weakness.
There's your China saber rattling.
China's fentanyl invades our borders. Their arms supply Putin's regime. China supports enemy states like Iran. They oppress their own people, especially their women.
You know who else oppresses their women?
Watching America.
The United States.
And show them what we're made of. And I know a strong leader when I see one. Donald Trump stood up to China before.
Do you?
And he will do it again. Anyone who thinks they can take on Donald Trump or take down America is now on notice. Just as Trump quickly rose to his feet with a defiant fist in the air in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, when we re-elect him as president in November, America will soon be back on hers. We will be courageous, we will be resilient, we will be united, and we will be prepared to take on the challenges of this historic moment. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank
God, 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 God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Ronnie Jackson of Texas.
Oh my God. There's Dr. Pill Popper over here. They apparently call him the Candy Man.
All right. All right, all right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, and good evening.
Holiday.
Delegation from Texas.
Trying to dress like Justin.
My name is Dr. Ronnie Jackson, and I'm the congressman from the 13th Congressional District of the great state of Texas. Prior to being in Congress, I served on active duty in the Navy for 25 years. I was a Navy deep sea diver, an emergency medicine doctor, and a combat physician in Iraq.
He was a seaman.
During that time, I also had the distinct privilege of serving for 14 years.
Yeah, Ronnie Johnson.
But most importantly, I served as the appointed physician to the greatest president that this country has ever had, Donald J. Trump. And not only that, but now I can say I served a president who literally took a bullet for our country.
He didn't.
President Trump and I have been through a lot together over the years.
Well, we need to question your credentials to be a doctor, sir.
Leadership than I was last Saturday. His warrior spirit and his display of will to keep fighting for our country, even after getting shot down, as an all-time, will go down as an all-time moment in American history. I know firsthand from my time in the White House that being a president is an unrelenting 24/7 job. Time off truly just doesn't exist. Our president needs to make clear and decisive decisions in a moment's notice. When the phone rings in the middle of the night, the president must be ready. Unfortunately, the president is not ready for that call. Let's not kid ourselves. Father Time.
But to be fair, the current White House doctor also says that Joe Biden is
and China, Russia, Iran,
mentally fit and has the acuity to run the country.
Biden's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. schedule. And we would not be in this situation were it not for Joe Biden's staff and his family.
I would
They
think.
should have compassion for him and prioritize his health and our country's security. But they have put their own interest above America's interest. Perhaps the greatest blame lies with his own Vice President, Kamala Harris. She has not been truthful with us. She has lied to us. She has put party above country, and she is as unfit in character as Joe Biden is in body and mind.
I can't believe this man won an election. Mass deportation now.
Between the wide open southern...
They know that's fascist, right?
Afghanistan withdrawal, record high inflation, and the devastating crime in our streets, this administration...
Joseph Lopato is almost certainly there.
...legacy of failure, disappointment, and danger.
It is the Florida...
there is simply too much at stake.
Almost an attorney general, surgeon general.
Barely shuffle to a podium, be the one that is responsible for the safety and the security of our country. Every second that Joe Biden remains in the White House, this country becomes less safe. However, under President Trump's leadership, we will restore our standing on the world stage.
Ooh, Jackson? I believe he was a military GP.
Economy we had. We will finally secure our southern border.
Why would he get a Purple Heart? Do you know what the Purple Heart means?
We will
rebuild
our great military. We will clean up crime in our streets. And most importantly, we will have a president who is respected by our allies and who is...
It says here that Ronnie Johnson is an American professional... Oh, wait a minute. Ronnie Jackson. That's right. Yeah.
Let me close by
Ronnie
saying,
Jackson.
The path forward is simple. It is very simple and straightforward. We need to make America great again, and we need to do everything we possibly can to re-elect Donald J. Trump as our president. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless America, and God bless Texas.
Yeah, I think he's just a GP.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Richard Grenell.
Ooh.
Hello?
Why was he acting? Because he could never be confirmed. Oh!
Last weekend, the American people bore witness to the instinctive courage of President Trump. We all know the contrast to Joe Biden could not have been greater. Tonight, I want to talk to you about why President Trump's strength and grace, which now even his opponents struggle to deny, have consequences beyond American borders. From 2001 to 2008, I served as America's spokesman at the United Nations. Back then, Republicans believed America's duty was democracy by military force. We were misled about weapons of mass destruction.
General Strike 2028.
Countries' affairs and signed treaties that only benefited other nations. We spent too many years ignoring America's priorities. That's what happened when Washington stopped being the capital of the United States and
I kind of wish we were doing it sooner, like 2026, but yes, 2028.
There was only one man with the strength to call out the lies and failures of both Democrats and Republicans: Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care if you're gay or straight.
I would say for about 5 weeks in the 90s, anonymously.
He knows that we are all Americans and that it's time to put America first.
For about 5 weeks in 1998, America was
16
great.
Years of wars and chaos.
It was a great fucking
the world
country.
Looked different.
You just had to be there.
In the White House. Russia invaded Ukraine under both Obama and Biden. But Putin did not dare escalate under President Trump. Under Trump, China was challenged. Under Trump, the Balkans were more peaceful. Under Trump, the Middle East signed historic peace deals. Under Trump, Iran was broke. Under President Trump, we put American interests first. There were no new wars. Old wars ended, and America had the greatest economy in the world. But after 4 years of Joe Biden, wars are back, the Taliban is back, and members of ISIS have slipped through America's broken southern border. Russia is sailing warships off the coast of Florida. China is bullying its neighbors. Iran is waging a war in Israel and Gaza with help from Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's radical overtaken our universities, burning American flags, cheering for terrorists, and calling for violent revolution. The reason the world is on fire is because President Biden is weak in more ways than one. But Donald Trump's opponents here and abroad now see clearly his incredible courage and resilience. They stand in fear and awe at the thought of his return. By voting for President Trump, you are casting a vote for the strength and grace that will bring peace and prosperity back to you, your family, America, and the world. Don't let anyone ever
be four-ish. What's going on, my friend?
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman...
Are you asking about my show, the Troll Patrol, or the shit show that is the Republicans? We have an accused sex trafficker speaking at the Republican National Convention. Yeah, both are. I am a reflection of the current situation in American politics.
Again, and America will be unstoppable too. Meanwhile, Joe Biden's been out of it. Democrats have been hiding the real Biden for years. We saw people in the witness protection program more often than we saw unscripted Biden. Under Biden-Harris, America has fallen sicker, lonelier, and poorer. Under Trump, we prospered, we were richer, inflation was low, and there were two genders. Under Biden-Harris...
You are correct about your politics. The far right is on the march in Germany. We know what happens when that happens.
With cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the bribes hold value.
Ooh. By the way, Menendez says he is intent on resigning.
And I will be President Trump's strongest ally in Congress to pass term limits, to stop taxpayer funding for political campaigns, to ban members of Congress for life from becoming lobbyists, and for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks.
That is something he has worked with progressives on, and praise to Matt Gaetz for that.
Only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money. It's not good for me. I work for you, not them. President Trump, he'll never defund our police, but he will defund foreign aid to countries that hate us. And President Trump understands that if it isn't racist to check ID for a hunting license or welfare benefits or a fishing license, then it is okay to demand an ID to vote everywhere in this country in every election that's held.
I mean, I guess we're just going to have to acquiesce to them on that.
Recently said that any criticism of Joe
and our response should be to make IDs free to everybody.
I don't think it's too much to ask that the American president be able to do the job. Kamala Harris isn't able to do any job. She was appointed border czar. Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan. President Trump...
Analogy doesn't work.
...what he is made of. And now we will show the world what America is made of by having his back. And how about the choice President Trump made for a running mate? JD looks like a young Abraham Lincoln, but he's from Ohio, like General Grant.
Seriously, Mark.
And like General Grant, JD Vance knows how to fight.
Matt Gaetz ain't that old.
So they can run Biden from the nursing home, Harris, George Clooney, Robert De Niro, whoever they want to run. We are on a mission to rescue and save this country, and we ride or die with Donald John Trump to the end. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. Let's go get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Ambassador to the Holy See, the Vatican, Callista Gingrich.
Good evening. Tonight, we look toward a brighter, safer, and more prosperous future with Donald J. Trump as our next President of the United States. When I served as President Trump's ambassador to the Vatican, I witnessed the importance of having a president who stands up for religious freedom. Over the last 4 years, the failed policies...
This is what happens when you fuck a dude named Newt.
...jeopardized our right to worship freely and weakened our nation. Freedom of religion is one of our nation's most important foundational principles.
Well, she's barely blinking.
Throughout our history, the right to practice our faith has been at the heart of the American experience. Today, this fundamental right is under attack.
Yeah, freedom for Christians.
The radical policies, rules, and regulations imposed by our own government have threatened people of faith. However, we have reason to hope. In our lifetime, no president...
Probably, but I also think she's an amalgamation of several people.
Freedom than President
I think she's also like Michelle Bachmann.
During his
you might get Linda McMahon, Mox.
Defended the rights of doctors.
Fuck, you might get Vince.
And
he got time on his hands.
In accordance with their conscience. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices.
Oh my God! If there is another Trump administration, you probably get Vince McMahon in the cabinet. There is nothing stopping him from being in a presidential administration.
Every student to practice their faith in public schools.
God damn, she's freaky looking.
As president, Donald Trump signed an executive order that defined international religious freedom as a moral and national security imperative. And he was the
You could tell me this woman is an alien, and I would believe you.
Nations dedicated to ending
lizard. This is a lizard person.
Religious liberty around the world.
I used to say Hillary was a lizard person, but goddamn. Look at that neck.
Many of President Trump's policies have been replaced by the Biden administration.
You can't see because of the microphone. She's probably like...
That uses the power of the government to impose its far-left ideology on religious believers. Biden's FBI has even stated that practicing Catholics present an elevated risk of domestic terrorism.
Well, I'm kinky, so I might let her eat
because
me.
of their faith. Unlike President Biden, President Trump has a proven track record for promoting and protecting religious freedom at home and abroad. Our choice is clear. We need strong leadership, bold action, and unwavering commitment to preserve our God-given rights.
Yeah, the motherfucker won't say abortion. An election's going to hinge on abortion. We seriously need another candidate.
I am confident that President Trump will continue to fight for our founding principles and beliefs when he becomes the fourth
Thank you for being a freaking follower.
of the United States. Thank you.
She's going to give you a quest on Fallout.
Please welcome.
Oh, that was a weird ending.
Rich.
And now we get Newt. We get her and Newt back to back. But they don't even interact with each other. Newt waddles out here like he's a fucking penguin. Oh, is he even still married to her? Is that his current wife or is that his ex-wife?
Thank you very much. That's a very warm welcome.
Callista.
You know, President Trump understands that the world is dangerous.
Question marks. Good evening.
It takes an enormous effort to defeat anti-American and anti-freedom forces around the world.
He looks like he's getting ready to die.
That when faced with multiple adversaries across the globe, the
Which ex-wife, though? Because he's had multiple.
Through strength is the only road for safety for the America and the American people.
But yeah, he cheated on one wife as they were dying of cancer.
The contrast between President Trump's realistic policy of resolute strength in a dangerous world. And President Biden's policies of appeasement, weakness, and self-delusion may be the biggest difference between the Make America Great Again movement and the Make America Weak ideology of the left.
How long does Newt have to
remember
live?
that the greatest threat to American safety is not Biden's brain. The greatest threat is Biden's policies and the people he appoints to implement.
How old was this fucking 94? Was he like my age? Because he looked like he was 60 then.
Appeasement when the world today is incredibly dangerous. A growing coalition of dictatorships is actively trying to undermine American power and conquer America's allies. A religious dictatorship in Iran, which chants death to America, is on the verge of having nuclear weapons.
You guys want to chant death to America?
Has unleashed the deadliest European war since World War II. Communist China continues to develop its military power.
Okay, so she's the current wife.
Seeking to undermine America through espionage, fentanyl, and the infiltration of our companies and our universities.
I'm just saying, if I spoke back to back with my wife,
clear and present,
like I'd want her to like wait on me, and I'd like give her a kiss.
Failed.
I'd be like, "Good job,
failed policy.
Great job."
Where President Trump orchestrated an orderly end to the Afghanistan war.
And then I'd start my speech.
American killed in nearly 2 years.
I'd probably go first and introduce my wife. Actually,
Biden ordered
as if I ever had a wife.
Filled withdrawal that left 13 Americans.
Don, what's up, my friend?
Hundreds of Afghans dead. Where President Trump insisted on keeping Biden located within 1 hour of the Chinese nuclear facilities. President Biden gave it.
I'm not someone who's known for public displays of affection.
China. Where President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords. And
I haven't had a real relationship in like 10 years.
President Biden's weakness and confusion led to a terrible
Curiouser is my last real girlfriend.
Innocent people in Israel.
That was 2015.
Under Trump, we achieved peace through strength. Under Biden, we have war, suffering, death, and a world teetering on the edge of World War III.
I don't know, even Newt's more aware than Biden.
And President Abraham Lincoln. President Trump understands.
I don't care, though. I'm glazing over.
Courageous policy of strength will work in a dangerous world. The message for this November is clear. You can vote for weakness and war with Biden, or you can vote for strength and peace with President Trump. Let's dedicate ourselves to making America safe, strong, and proud again with President Trump. Thank you very much.
Fuck you, Newt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Director of the United States Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, Peter Navarro.
Oh, fresh out of prison, here we go. Gangsta up in here. Just released from prison earlier today. Former senior Trump advisor, Peter Navarro. In prison for defying a congressional subpoena. He's a real piece of shit, too.
Right.
As if you couldn't tell by looking at him.
This is a beautiful thing. I think you folks just want to know if you can see my MAGA tattoo I got there.
Your prison tattoo?
Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison in Miami. Joe Biden and his Department of Injustice put me there. Tonight I'm here with you in this beautiful city of Milwaukee. I've got a very simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump, be careful, they will come for you.
So the law applies to everybody, is what you're saying.
Their government will control us. If we don't control all three branches of our government, legislative, executive, and judicial, their government will put some of us, like me and Steve Bannon, in prison.
Yes!
Control the rest of us.
You're criminals!
Here's how it went. Here's how I got in prison. The legislative branch...
You broke the law.
...came for me first. Your favorite Democrat, Nancy Pelosi...
You were subpoenaed by Congress.
...created your favorite committee, the
January 6th committee, the bipartisan committee...
which demanded that I violate executive privilege.
There is no executive privilege.
I refused.
Didn't comply with the subpoena.
The J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused.
Is Trump your wife? You think you don't have to testify against him? If you guys did crimes together?
Constitution, they demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused. And a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt.
Yes.
All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner.
Remember, this is about unity.
Him and Jack Smith indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice...
Is Merrick Garland not the guy I wanted at DOJ? I've said that many times.
A subpoena on a senior White House...
Doug Jones was who I wanted at DOJ.
The advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand. That's exactly what I did. So far we got two branches, legislative and executive. The judicial branch delivered the final blow. Just as, here's another favorite of yours, just as Democrat Judge Juan Marchand, you know this guy?
Do you guys know the,
did to Donald...
the Principal Skinner meme?
Manhattan kangaroo court.
Maybe it's everyone else who is wrong.
Democrat Judge, a guy named Ahmed Maida. Keep your eye on this guy. Ahmed Maida, Obama appointee. They stripped me of every possible defense, and then what? Just like in Manhattan with Donald Trump, they threw me to the wolves of an anti-Trump jury. And where? The D.C. swamp. They convicted me. They jailed me. Guess what? They did not break me.
You ever think that you're guilty?
And they will never break Donald Trump. They will never break Donald Trump.
He does seem indestructible.
All right, now here's the most important thing I'm going to tell you. You may be thinking this couldn't happen to you. Make no mistake, they're already coming.
I don't plan on committing any crimes.
They threw
I'm not going to try to overturn the election.
But across the Rio Grande, opened our borders to what? Murderers and rapists. When Donald Trump said it, thank you for saying that. When Donald Trump said murderers, rapists in 2016, they go, oh.
This is just absolute delusion.
It's murderers and rapists. Murderers and rapists, drug cartels, human traffickers, terrorists, Chinese spies, and a whole army of illiterate illegal aliens stealing the jobs of black, brown, and blue-collar Americans. They put them right on your front doorstep. Now, here's another thing Joe Biden did. You got to love this. The green new scam. We're in the heart of Milwaukee, around all this. This is where the auto industry, that new scam is destroying our industry, leaving us at the mercy of the battery factories in Shanghai.
I mean, it's a state and a lake over from
You're gonna hear a lot of this.
Michigan.
Friggin' true. Biden inflation is coming after what's
You're
left.
in fucking cheese and cow country, son.
Here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as the Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to
politics didn't fail. You lost.
And parents.
And you committed crimes.
Standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you
hide your kids, hide your wife. The Democrats are trying to indoctrinate them.
You were more prosperous, and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head. And in Trump's America, you didn't have to worry about being locked up for disagreeing with the government.
You weren't locked up for disagreeing with the government.
I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call.
I am your martyr. Put me on the cross. Worship me.
All right, this is where I'm going to have fun now, because I'm going to leave you now with the last three words. The last three words my beautiful fiance said when I left that morning for prison.
If I would marry your old ass?
That was a given. She simply said, "We got this. We got this."
Woman's crying.
That's what
Peter Navarro's crying. I'm not high enough for this shit.
Bring my girl out now. That's what these lawfare jackals don't understand. When they put people like me in prison and fire figurative and now literal bullets at Donald Trump, they also assault our families.
Fair enough, Mox.
On election day,
they look perfect for each other. All
these lawfare jackals accountable. Now, here's the sweetest thing that's going to come off my lips. Vote Trump Vance. 24 for Trump 47. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. This is my beautiful girl.
Live sex show with the Navarros.
That's what these friggin' Democrats don't understand. They do this to our families. She's my girl. Yeah. I love you. Let's win. Do not let up. Do not let
This motherfucker.
November.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz of Texas.
He's already boned her. You know he has. Join the Mile High Club on the way here.
Milwaukee, on behalf of the great state of Texas,
I don't like her.
it is an honor to be with you tonight. I am the proud granddaughter of Mexican farm workers who came here with little more than faith in God. They never had much money, but they instilled in us strong Texas values. They taught me that through hard work, anything is possible in America. And then I proved it. By getting myself through school and building a successful small business. It wasn't easy, but I'm
Like sold Mary Kay or some shit.
American dream,
That was a small business.
sueño americano, can become reality.
My apologies if any of you sell Mary Kay and enjoy it. Totally understand, V4.
Can a little girl
It was some sort of MLM.
go from watching her abuelo pick
Maybe not necessarily Mary Kay.
the people's house? Now, as a mother, I often think about my kids' future, and I'm worried.
Get up there,
the
buddy.
American dream is slipping away. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris make it impossible for hardworking Americans like the people.
There's like a comforter stacked up on the other side of the couch.
Their policies.
Maynard's acting like he wants to get up on top of the comforter. I'm like,
Wages
get up there,
can't
buddy.
keep
Go
up
on.
with inflation. They give
He's being timid about it.
illegal immigrants and cut Medicare Advantage for our seniors.
He likes being on piles of things. The piles of clothes he fucking loves.
Immigration policies are compassionate, but there's nothing compassionate about open borders. They threaten our national security, flood our country with deadly drugs, killing our precious children.
He's one of the good
Biden
ones.
and Harris don't care about immigrants. They just use them for political gain. We deserve so much better. We must make America strong again by re-electing President Trump. Under his leadership, we can put
As they hold up signs saying mass deportation now.
end to this border crisis. We can restore peace and
They will. They absolutely will.
amazing future with endless
He does not realize that.
we can rebuild the most vital institution of all, the American family.
Cutco Knives.
We can
I haven't heard that name in forever.
Kamala Harris's national nightmare into a revival of the American dream.
Our biggest one like that was probably Rainbow Vacuum.
Thank you.
But those motherfuckers were good too.
Night.
My grandmother got one of those. I had it for years.
Acting Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Tom Homan.
We've not had a break for music in a little while. Deport Elon. Deport Elon.
Thank you. How you doing?
How you doing?
State, New York. Where's New York at? Give me a shout. Damn right. Look, for those who don't know me, my name is Tom Homan. I began my career as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. After 34 years, I became the first director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, that actually came up through the ranks. I've worked for 6 presidents.
Exactly, Boggs. We were talking about that earlier.
I worked for said they're going to secure the border.
I thought I saw a headline, but it was a satire website.
He created the most secure border in our history, and that's a stone cold fact. The data proves it, and guess what? He's going to do it again. Under President Trump, we cut illegal immigration by 90%, the lowest level in 45 years. Deportations rose to the highest level ever, including historic numbers of illegal alien gang members and criminals. Most importantly, 4 years under President Trump, we had 13 people we arrested on a terrorist watch list. Joe Biden, 381. And let's remember, we got over 2 million known gotaways. How many of them?
Gotaways?
Country that sponsored
terrorism. They got away.
Biden is the first president in American history to come into office and unsecure a border. Who the hell does that?
It never happened.
First day in office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris suspended deportations. They stopped the border wall. They canceled Remain in Mexico. They reinstated catch and release. They proposed amnesty for millions.
Yeah.
Free health care. And now we have a record illegal immigration, a record number of women and children being sex trafficked, a record number of Americans dying from fentanyl, a record number of known as suspected terrorists sneaking across our border. And here's what you need to know. This isn't mismanagement. This isn't incompetence. This is by design, and it's a choice. It's national suicide. But you know what?
But
on November 5th, the American people do have a choice, and they're going to stop this madness.
Look at that picture with the barbed wire around the flag.
I got a message. As a guy who spent 34 years deporting illegal aliens, I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now. You're damn right.
See, I love that the chat is amicable.
I got another message.
Some people come in here and want to stoke shit.
You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans.
Hey, welcome in, my friend.
Terrorist organization in the world combined.
Indeed, long live Indian-American friendship and mutual understanding.
To a terrorist organization.
We agree.
And he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done.
Anonymously, me too. And like I like it the way it is. I want to grow bigger, but I know if that happens, the chat will lose its special essence.
End the Biden-Harris open border madness. We will stop the drugs and the crime from pouring into your neighborhoods. President
under 100 people are like the best chats.
Warrior. And he's going to make America safe again, and you can take that to the bank.
He just Heil Hitlered as he walked away. I would love to go to India. Really like Indian food.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage David Lara.
Who?
Hello, Milwaukee.
There's a sense of community anonymously. You don't really get to know anybody when it gets bigger than that.
Proud husband and father of a small business in San Luis, Arizona, a town that sits directly on the U.S.-Mexico border. We are the front line of the Biden's border crisis. Small towns like mine bear the brunt of the chaos. Imagine crowds rushing the port, overwhelming Border Patrol when they know they don't have enough agents to detain everyone. Imagine strangers terrorizing your homes, your neighbors,
who's this guy again?
And local schools going fearful to let children walk home. Imagine the fire department using off-road vehicles to bring your neighbors to the hospital because the ambulances are taken by so-called asylum seekers. Imagine being treated as second-class citizens, as chaos and crime overwhelm your streets.
I can't imagine you called 911 and they're like, nope, we're helping asylum seekers.
I've seen my town suffer because Biden and Kamala Harris want the illegal immigration crisis to continue. And no amount of suffering has changed their mind or convinced them to finally put Americans first. In San Luis, Mexican drug cartels use school children as mules. Let that sink in.
They ride them. Yeehaw!
Deadly drugs flow through our town, bringing crime and violence. San Luis wasn't always this way. And Joe Biden and Kamala...
I'll walk to the hospital if I have to. Please don't
fact,
call an ambulance.
They seem satisfied. They have done nothing to stop it.
They ain't got ambulance money.
They have never set foot on my border town. 4 years ago.
Well, 2020 was a special year, Mox.
Who believe in borders. And we have a president who traveled all the way to San Luis.
We're going to get more unhinged as the night goes along.
President again. We must.
Friends, Roman countrymen. Zut. Is that how I say your name?
We must re-elect.
Can you give me a phonetical pronunciation of that? I want to get it right.
Crime and stop.
Good evening. Welcome in.
We must re-elect President Trump to imprison and deport violent gang members instead of coddling them. Terrorize our nation. We must re-elect President Trump to put our citizens...
Suit. Oh, you've told me that before, too.
Strong again.
Suit. Welcome. I smoke a lot of pot, so I forget things.
Los Latinos estamos con Trump. Thank you, Milwaukee. American Latinos for Trump.
I missed everything he said. Oh, finally. Finally, we get a band break. Santana? Oh shit.
For multiple administrations over decades now at this point. But talking about policy failures at the border is
Oyo como va
cry from
right.
Sort of othering, sort of a character assassination, if you will, of all migrants.
Socialist Aunt, good evening.
Into the country. It's a dramatic shift, and the fact also, by the way, that we're still talking about it when we have these kind of themes of each night. You know, the wealthy, the safety, the security. We expect to hear
the wealthy.
More about,
yes, you said it right.
Previewing earlier, kind of international affairs tonight, but we're still talking about immigration. Shows how much Republicans.
I just watched a kid on
Yeah, thank you, JM. James,
like a little, what would you call it? Like a.
You lean into the sort of the scariest tone.
He's still a baby, so it's a a three-wheeler, like a little plastic trike thing, and he totally just wiped out in the grass.
Sort of makes Donald Trump seem like Batman. It's like this sort of cityscape, and they show up a big light, and then it beams up to Trump.
Oh, he good. He up.
Talk to us more about that.
It's a toddler, so it didn't bother him.
Moment right after Trump was.
He lives above me. Oh, got a toddler above me.
Attempt
Any of you ever had a toddler above you?
softer tone, the humanizing, and yet there's that parallel pushback that
I don't mind, though, because I always have something going. But, man, there's a lot of banging.
of what America is.
Trump's appeal is motivated based on fear, that you want someone strong to respond to this scary time. It's what we...
Kid must have the same sleep schedule as me, though, because it's never when I'm asleep.
It's a very explicit comparison of Trump to Batman, and we've seen with so many of the speakers them calling this providential.
This
Sarah
is
Huckabee
my
Sanders
beautiful wife, Sue. We've been married for 60 years.
The girl named Sue. This is that motherfucker that lives on the border, isn't it? Apparently a little Mexican dude came out and said some racist shit.
From Arivaca, Arizona, the great state of Arizona. 5.5 miles of our ranch is the U.S.-Mexico border. It's a known route for drug smuggling and human trafficking.
Sue and Jim Chilton.
Footage from our ranch. Since Joe Biden took office,
oh fuck
our
yeah,
hidden cameras
great idea.
Recorded over 3,500 drug packers and others dressed in camouflage marching north through our ranch. These are not asylum seekers. It looks like and it feels like an invasion because it is.
You're an old paranoid fuck.
Over 5,000 additional unvetted aliens entered our ranch claiming economic asylum. We know firsthand that Biden's open border.
I probably should. There's a woman playing with her kid, like right outside my window.
Security threat.
The kid's riding like a little tricycle
We need to
thing.
make America safe again.
Oh wait, there's a whole family. I don't know where this family came from.
Every time Jim leaves the ranch house, I have to worry that he won't come back alive.
Well, he's old. He's going to kill over at any time.
Twice. A Border Patrol agent was shot 5 times by drug smugglers on our ranch.
Wasn't enough.
This year alone, 3 crossers died of dehydration on our ranch. The cartel drug smugglers are crossing our nation's border every day. They are bringing lethal drugs into our country. This is chemical warfare. It's killing Americans. Under President Donald Trump, it wasn't like this. And if we bring him back, I know he'll stop it again.
Biden, Harris, and the Democrats who support
they were
are complicit in.
They were definitely complaining about caravans during the Trump administration.
Thousands of American citizens. When Joe Biden took office, the Trump wall was nearly complete on our ranch. But Biden halted the construction and stopped the installation of all the planned electronics. Since then, crossing on our ranch has increased 5-fold. 5-fold.
5 times. 5 times.
It's like Biden and Harris want the lawlessness. The fact is that walls work. We must elect Donald Trump to finish the wall. to stop the cartels.
Oh, I'm gonna do it again. Goddamn Mongolians. Get in my shitty wall.
And we must keep America safe and strong.
They did build a wall around the convention center.
Thank you. God bless all of you.
This shit's fortified. Oh, we're back to the band again? Is this ZZ Top? Ponder Monkey, good evening.
He always had his soldiers' backs. Was always there to support them and their families. He kept his promise to keep them out of endless wars.
Ah, the couple from American Gothic.
After they served.
Oh my God, it was, wasn't it?
Leader can tragically lead to American deaths, which is why America needs strength now more than ever.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
You know, it makes me feel young if they're still around.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott.
Oh, God. They're wheeling his ass out here. Where'd the podium go?
Thank y'all very much. Thank y'all very much.
This dude is horrible.
As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border.
A very good point, M. Lord.
Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to
He's the duty.
Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration.
Does someone have to clean his duty?
We had the lowest illegal.
Can he do it for himself?
In about 4 decades.
He's got to wear a diaper?
By contrast, however,
why am I thinking about these things?
Deserted his duty.
It's very ableist of me.
He gutted President Trump's.
I'm sorry, guys. I really am.
And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11
I'm totally an ass man, yeah.
have crossed our.
I'm an everything man.
That's more than the entire population.
Give me titties, give me dick, give me ass.
It's twice the population of Wisconsin.
Oh, pussy.
Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the
I don't like this guy.
victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states.
I was getting ready to mention that, Dougie. It's like a It's like crime fantasies and
I deploy
murder porn and shit.
thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor
When we get to the Democratic convention, it's going to be like
for our National Guard.
positive things. Stuff they've accomplished and stuff that they will do.
Those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered,
It'll be like invest money in schools and
I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire.
build roads. It will be the fucking most mundane shit.
When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally
I think you're being facetious when you say that.
illegal immigrants a day,
At least America's not violent.
Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is one illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
Guys, so Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have called for the delay of the nomination of Joe Biden.
Cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon.
I think he's getting pushed out.
Because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America.
It's going to be wild if they spend the entire week attacking Joe Biden and then he's not the nominee.
He will fight the Mexican drug cartels, and he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars.
Yeah, publicly.
Or send them back. It is time. It is time to restore order at the border.
I'd rather have the immigrants than these fucks.
Rid our streets
By far.
of crime and chaos. It is time.
And I'm going to disagree politically with a lot of them because
by
Mexicans
returning Donald Trump
Catholic
as
overwhelmingly.
President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
Greg Abbott. Fun to stay at the YMCA. Hold on here. We're gonna. News is moving fast here tonight. The double dick dance montage. That's exactly what it is.
Breaking news about President Biden's nomination vote. Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries both pushing the party to delay the nominating process. Now, let's get straight to our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. She is with the president on the trail there, the campaign trail in Las Vegas. Selena, just bring us up to date. What do you know about this delay in nomination?
Yeah, look, well, we know that the DNC has agreed to somewhat delay this virtual nomination process from originally as early as this Sunday now to August 1st. As you say, you have top-ranking Democrats also calling for that delay. There were serious concerns within the party that they were rushing through with this nomination. There was a draft letter circulating among some Democrats that was basically saying this is undermining the morale in the party and that they wanted more time to debate this and figure out if President Biden is the best person to be at the top of the ticket. And we've got a major new development, Kira, here when it comes to these public calls for President Biden to step aside. You now have Representative Adam Schiff, who's one of the highest profile Democrats, publicly calling for President Biden to drop out of the race. Now, Kira, this is a really big deal, and it's a big blow to President Biden because he's a longtime supporter of the president, and he's also a very close ally of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So I want to read to you the statement because this is important. He says, quote, "A second Trump presidency will undermine the very foundation of our democracy, and I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November. While the choice to withdraw from the campaign is President Biden's alone, I believe it is time for him to pass the torch, and in doing so, secure his legacy of leadership by allowing us to defeat Donald Trump in the upcoming election." So Kira, Representative Schiff is saying out loud what many Democrats have been saying in private, but the president, of course, is still plowing ahead.
I think he's done for.
He is staying in this race. He's going to take the stage behind me soon. Here,
no, he's not.
Pouring up support with
no, he's not.
And today he's reaching out to Latino voters.
All right, Selena, thank you so much.
Will not be taking the stage. Really good picture of him, I think. One of the best pictures of him I've seen lately. Usually he looks all slack-jawed. I'm sorry we're missing this.
That abundant, affordable energy is vital to our economy and to our national security. Meanwhile, President Biden is pushing the Green New scam.
What? They keep saying that.
President Biden declared
they just live in a completely
since day one.
Different world.
He canceled the Keystone Pipeline, overrode congressionally directed oil lease sales in Alaska, and has proposed massive tax hikes on oil and gas. His campaign against responsible development of oil and gas is crushing everyday Americans like you and me.
You got mean eyes.
I know this firsthand. As a petroleum engineer who worked on the front lines as a roughneck, I have witnessed the safe and environmentally responsible way America develops oil and gas resources.
Did she say roughneck?
And I have worked side by side with those in the field who I consider family and who are dedicated
They just,
and hard.
if that's a picture of her, listen, if that's a picture of her, they just tossed a bucket of
the
mud on
that
her.
are being extracted are a true gift. From powering our cars and heating our homes to being a building block for fertilizer, plastic, and many other products, our society and our standard of living could not exist without.
But there's a picture of it right there, M. Lord. Are you doubting the picture where they clearly threw a bucket of mud on her?
That is among the many reasons why.
Oh, it's completely fucking staged.
Donald Trump to the White House.
Yeah, where's Tadpole? Obvious scad
With
porn.
President Trump back in charge, will not only be energy independent.
Libertad, where you at?
Energy dominant. We'll create jobs, increase investment, and improve our national security.
Also, if Libertad not in here,
President Trump's leadership.
we'll totally hear the shout out watching the show later. And I love you for that, my friend. Religious viewer, and I appreciate it.
We'll do it again. For the sake of our economy, for the sake of our quality of life, and for the sake of America's future, let's return Donald Trump to the White House.
Ma'am, your eyes. Texas. She was mean.
Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby.
We are producing more oil than any country in the history of the world ever. Right now. What more do you want?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio.
Head of the Karen Caucus.
Away.
Warlord. Libertad, good evening. You missed the scat porn.
February 3rd, 2023 began like any other Midwestern day, but in a heartbeat, everything changed. I'm Trent Conaway.
Can't you tell he's a giant tumor now?
When the train derailed, spewing flames and toxic chemicals to our town, faced a disaster unlike we'd ever seen. And in the chaos, we witnessed a clear contrast between leadership and incompetence. Our first responders didn't hesitate.
I've been using that all evening, Warlord.
They battled the flames and evacuated our citizens. And for that, I want to thank every one of them tonight.
This is Trent Conaway, the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio.
Unfortunately, the Biden administration's federal response was much different. It consisted almost entirely of meetings and press events. They talked and talked, but they delivered little help. Then there was the clear difference between former President Trump and President Biden. For the longest time, the White House was silent.
Oh, this is real.
And we never heard a word from Vice President Harris.
This is unfortunately real life.
No Hollywood elites or Wall Street billionaires live in East Palestine, just hardworking Americans. But Donald Trump cared. First, he called to ask permission to visit, not wanting to intrude, and then he asked how he could help. When he arrived with fresh pallets of drinking water, he met with everyone.
Did he take them McDonald's or some shit?
And residents. He toured the derailment site. He listened to us, and he shared a meal with volunteers at a local McDonald's.
Yes, I remember correctly.
His concern was real. After a year of criticism, President Biden finally did show up. His appearance was brief, forced, and scripted. He met with a select few.
Well, he was part of the cover-up, Mox.
We needed so much, and he delivered so little. I know a thing or two about train wrecks now, and let me tell you, that's what the Biden administration has been.
Great, good evening.
Before President Biden derails our entire nation, we need to act. We need a leader who values small-town communities as much as big cities. We need a president who loves all Americans.
I hate that tell us how you troll. I think Media Winch did that. That is not how I would have worded that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
hate it.
The governor of North Dakota.
Oh, it's Burgum.
Burgum.
Old Dougie boy.
Hello, Milwaukee. And hello, North Dakota.
Mox, you're probably right.
Feels good to be here. The last time I was in Milwaukee, in this building,
maybe
standing behind a podium, was for the debate, and I stood on one leg for 2 hours. You guys might remember I blew my Achilles the day before. But to kick things off, I have a question for you.
Nobody cares, dude.
I need your help answering so nice and so loud that everyone
Am I saying it wrong?
can hear you. Are you ready? Who will make America energy dominant? Again, who will make America energy dominant?
Elmo. Oh, did I say it wrong?
That's pretty good, but it's after 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant?
Eminem.
That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity.
That's a different podium.
Our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's
the Bergmanium.
The price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine.
Does he know what a brownout means?
Your lights or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you.
You know what a blackout means?
That we have the power as the United States.
Light one up, tip one back.
In the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick.
God, he's so boring.
Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry.
I got a big stick for you. The energy companies are indeed private, not government
Trump will
owned.
make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries.
Well, it's a fucking market. Do you guys not know how this works?
The source of American greatness. And President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America.
Mox, what's your puppy's name?
That fuels the world and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure.
I mean, we've kind of kept OPEC in check.
The hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump.
Oh. Yeah, rest in peace, Louis.
President Trump cares deeply about every American. Rig workers,
Such a sweet
truck
face.
drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares
I am not paying attention to any of these fucks
We know that
tonight.
he'll fight for us. He'll fight for our families. And we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies,
Week ending again.
welcome former
Just kind
counselor
of
to President
petered out.
Donald J. Trump, Kelly.
Oh God, Kellyanne. What happened to the cool podium?
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago,
They had it earlier before
defied
Abbott came out.
become the 45th President of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump
Yeah, why didn't he leave us the fuck alone then?
sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign.
Ever to tap a woman. Guys.
He elevated women in New York real estate decades before.
Torchy, I gotta pack another one. This is a real tweet.
I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House, and as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye.
I was like, no, this can't be the real POTUS account.
Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children.
Really, we're totally on.
Show me a
Dies of
C-suite
COVID.
in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hard-working.
Yeah, whatever happened to her kids? Like, you don't hear about them anymore. But like her like daughter
his family
was like 18.
Again.
You know, like talk about how shitty her mom was.
President. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf course.
Why doesn't he?
He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren.
All of you old crusty motherfuckers, why? Why don't you?
Brilliant wife.
Trot along out into the sunset.
The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump.
Hates him.
He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality?
No, Melania's not there.
Good luck with that. We don't get.
Oh, I do believe that he is extremely in debt.
Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity.
How much is Peter Thiel worth?
Alternative to failure and incompetence to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is to send them packing.
I mean, that's the scary part.
And J.D. Vance to the White House.
Peter Thiel probably doesn't even like Trump that much, but is strategically playing his hand.
About the Republican Party, or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through.
It gets worse, Torchy.
In Donald Trump's Republican
No, it's Don Jr. and Vance.
is welcome. Yes.
Oh, Don Jr. is making his entrance.
Deplorable, irredeemable, MAGA extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God.
I honestly cannot believe the events that are unfolding. This election is completely unpredictable.
In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters.
I don't know what's going to happen.
It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head. Because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead,
How much has he done throughout the day?
show up.
But last time we heard him talk, he sounded like he had a deviated septum. He's talking all funny.
Gentlemen, this
Maybe he had COVID too.
movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know.
Oh my God, I bet everyone in this fucking arena is going to have COVID.
He picks the toughest fights.
How many people are going to die because of
stood by
the COVID outbreak from this convention?
Stand up for you. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Now, we can't get that lucky, Mox. It only has like a 1% mortality rate.
I would describe Joe Biden as an absolutely horrible commander-in-chief and a danger to every single person.
Look at the beer gut on this dude, this Army National Guard.
We don't have that sense of trust.
I think it's absolutely unforgivable that a commander-in-chief would leave people behind.
The military has
we are indeed on
precipitously under this administration.
Biden
They don't
dies of
feel like
COVID.
they have a leader, somebody that they can follow.
I do believe this country is less secure with Joe Biden as president.
We're absolutely 100% weaker with Joe Biden as our president.
We are far less secure today under Joe Biden's watch than we've probably ever been. Come on, man.
Our enemies see Joe Biden as a weak president.
he has been acting like he's been sick for fucking 3 weeks now.
Commander-in-chief.
Since the debate.
President Biden has strengthened our enemies.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, I'm disappointed in you.
America, we're scared. It's not safe.
Living in America.
Because of President Biden.
Well, I served under every president from Ronald Reagan when I first enlisted, all the way through Joe Biden. And by far, Donald Trump was the most respected and best commander-in-chief that we had. Donald Trump is a strong leader. He cared about the troops. He showed in his actions.
I think it was Hoogland.
I have the utmost confidence in President Trump as our commander-in-chief. He will stand up for the American service member.
Very creepy. Insanely creepy.
That military can be brought back to as strong as it was.
We were absolutely more respected under President Trump from all countries, even if it was ones that were adversaries.
Leaders across the world knew that if he said something, that he would act.
Under President Trump, in 4 years, there was no foreign war to be fought. There was no invasion of Ukraine.
If President Trump was still president, we wouldn't have had the attacks in Israel.
we wouldn't have a lot of these foreign issues that we're seeing right now.
He was respected on the world stage.
When President Trump was president, these people all stayed in their place. They understood we had a
Jack Smith has appealed
We are definitely more secure.
the dismissal of the
with
classified
Donald Trump
documents
as the
case.
President of the United States.
Joe Biden puts veterans last. President Trump is the only president that's actually cared about the veterans.
President Trump was led from the front, not the rear.
I'm a proud Democrat, but I'm more.
Seriously, what the fuck is
And I
Stone Cold Steve
wish
Austin
that
doing
all
there?
Democrats, all people would vote for President Trump.
President Donald J. Trump has been the best commander-in-chief for the men and women in the uniform in the last 20 years.
Ow! It's just absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida.
Oh, this should be fun.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Luna, and I represent the great people of Florida.
Be Green Bank.
The greatness and strength of America are beacons of hope for countless lives around the world. Our strength ensures our safety and security.
What's Megma?
But we don't preserve peace and stability by policing the world or by involving ourselves in every foreign conflict. We preserve peace by commanding the world's respect, a respect that is earned through unparalleled military strength and firm, decisive leadership. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has failed to uphold this standard.
We went over this earlier. It was great in the summer of 1998 for about 5 months. I'm sorry, 5 weeks.
Forces.
We got about 5 weeks in the summer of 1998.
That respects our military and understands the true cost of war is only found in Donald Trump. He will make America strong again. He will
love
fight
cheese.
the American warfighter, the American people, and America's interests. Hawks and globalist elites do not sway President Trump. He knows the cost of military action like I do. My husband was shot in combat by terrorists and continued to deploy in the fight against America's enemies. I know the fear and anguish of waiting for news about a loved one in harm's way.
I'm glad we have consensus. 5 weeks in the summer of 98.
Trump knows
America was great.
your life on the line. Our service members and their families make immense sacrifices, and they deserve a president who respects that sacrifice and who would lay down his own life in defense of this great nation. President Trump has demonstrated he's ready to do just that. It is time that we all rise to his stature. The world needs a strong America, and America needs strong leadership. President Trump will provide it.
I was 14 in 1998.
Regardless of race, gender, color, or creed, I urge you to vote for Donald Trump and J.D.
Not much. There were like, the Monica Lewinsky thing was starting to be like the biggest story.
It's time to unite America.
By the fall, it would be fucking huge.
It was Christmas Day.
I'm not sure it even really broke yet. It might have been the fall when it broke.
In the pitch black of night, we landed in war-torn western Iraq. No lights on the runway. There were hundreds of troops packed into a dining hall. They had absolutely no idea that the president and
Israel was probably kind of, I mean, it was still committing a genocide back then.
did.
But like, it was probably kind of cool.
And a sound and a scene
As it was being constructed in 98.
absolutely erupted. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And without missing a beat, the president said, "And son, I am here because of you."
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
We got Huckabee Sanders last night. That was who that was, right?
The
Dan Olivia. He looks like the one Backstreet Boy.
In 2019, President Donald Trump awarded me the Medal of Honor for my service in Fallujah during the Iraq War. Thank you.
Don't shit me, you're a Backstreet Boy.
Today, I speak across
Hey, he looks like Joey Fatone.
of our military services, and I ask parents, I look them right in the eye, like I'm looking at you, and I ask them, will you give America your sons and daughters to serve in the greatest force for good this world has ever seen, the United States military?
No.
I tell
Force for good? Are you an idiot?
in combat, your sons and daughters will be loved. They'll be our family. And that bond, that commitment is for a lifetime. Their response? Well, it's changed in the last couple of years. Now they say,
Oh, shit him, Lord.
what about the 13 heroes?
That's always been a persistent issue in the United States.
Now they say, what about the desperate civilians falling off the transport airplanes? Now they ask, what about the American citizens we left behind for the enemy? They say to me, under Biden-Harris, we don't believe you. They no longer see
Oh, God, this is like the third mention of it tonight, Torchy.
that their service.
Ronnie Jackson brought it up, and who else brought it up?
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I'll tell you what. Oh, we're all going to answer that question in November. Here's something for you.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Better off.
I didn't even notice the under part of the tweet.
Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis.
It was a fundraising tweet. I didn't even God damn it, Joe Biden.
Russia.
That's actually pretty good.
And China.
So it says I'm sick of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election.
That the answer is a resounding yes.
Didn't even. That's actually pretty good.
Foreign policy undermines American security, and watching their administration lose the gains President Donald Trump made overseas not only destroys our morale, it empowers our.
The Dark Brandon merch has been pretty good.
Under their watch, a record number of American embassies have been forced to evacuate, and military recruitment has plunged, and confidence in the armed forces has reached.
I'm dying to get your vote.
Under President Donald Trump, our enemies will know that American power is as decisive.
If you missed it earlier, we are on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
And if you provoke the United States of America, we will hurt you.
And if you haven't been with me, like all the way back to the COVID times,
And if you threaten
I've got many of those. I've got those for many different people.
America, we will hurt you for generations to come, so help me God.
There is probably early 2021.
Is a command.
Everybody was getting it, and I was making that graphic for fucking everybody.
Donald Trump loves America. He too has bled.
Don't cry, Joey.
Loves. May God bless America. May God bless our Gold Star families. Thank you for what you've given this country.
See, my show does not have a broad appeal.
Donald Trump.
You gotta have a fucked up sense of humor to want to watch this shit.
God make America strong. May God make America great again. Join me in voting for Commander-in-Chief Donald J. Trump for President.
He did. He got choked up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan war veteran, Scott Neal.
That dude really did attack the Capitol building. Look at this stupid tie.
Thank you. Look at all these great Americans here. Well, good evening, my fellow Americans.
Feel like this asshole should be selling me a car.
And I'm a proud United States Army Green Beret veteran. Thank you. And the most important part is I'm a proud veteran entrepreneur. Almost 23 years ago.
I don't think it's his teeth, it's his mouth. Like he's talking out the side of his
2001.
Talking out the side of his mouth.
Weeks later, Green Berets from the 5th Special Forces Group became the first Americans in uniform to deploy to Afghanistan. And
that could be a medical condition. We shouldn't mock it.
Thank you. Deep in enemy territory, some of us rode on horses. Some of us went further behind the lines to track down the terrorists who killed our fellow Americans. Today they call us the horse soldiers.
Yeah, how many women and children did you kill for every terrorist that you took out?
17 years, we were on the forefront of this country in Iraq, in Africa. Again and again we deployed for our fellow Americans. Some of us sacrificed our bodies. Some of us sacrificed our lives for the American people.
Is that why I do that, Torchy?
And for me, America was worth it.
I focus on people's appearances when I shouldn't. I'm a stupid-looking fuck. I also think it's funny when people make fun of me.
I wanted to live the American dream I had been defending. And I wanted to start a business with my friends that I served with. Today, my company's known as American Freedom Distillery, and we make horse soldier bourbon.
I was going to say horse piss. Our distillery makes horse piss.
Our forever home in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. That's right, where true bourbon comes from.
That's not a Kentucky accent.
Somerset. Please come visit us. All of our ingredients are made here in the United States of America.
It's like 2 hours from where I'm from. That is not a Kentucky accent.
We hire veterans. We want to prove that America remains the land of opportunity.
I was thinking it was something Minnesota, Milwaukee,
Reach out and grab
Minnesota, Wisconsin.
But tragically, almost 3 years ago, my fellow veterans and I recoiled.
I don't know because we don't have chyrons. This is the GOP's feed.
From Afghanistan.
You're going to have to narrow it down, Media Winch.
We saw weakness and chaos. We saw 13 of
This is the Republican National Convention. Many dipshits have spoke.
Most of us veterans who served.
No. He's probably coming up closer to 11.
As they were pleading with us.
Trump is tomorrow night. Well, Don Sr. is tomorrow night. Don Jr. is tonight.
We never had regrets.
You get a Trump tonight.
But this moral injury caused many of us to ask, why did we serve?
Caused many of us to ask.
But despite this dark chapter, I know America is good. We're still the shiny city on the hill that everybody wants to come to. But we need a president with a record of making our country better and not worse.
He's kind of got a horse face, so, you know.
For Donald Trump.
The horse soldier kind of makes sense.
Exactly.
Is that what you guys were talking about earlier with the teeth joke? That's what it was. I'm sorry, I was late to the party.
Patriotic Americans to celebrate the country they love. He supports anyone brave enough to reach out for the American dream and to fight for it. And he's the only candidate in this race who embodies the American determination.
Did you hear when they talking about his horse face?
Let's make America strong again.
Like, this is who I'd cast in the real life BoJack Horseman.
For Donald Trump.
That's not true.
Thank you.
Poor Lumen's face, like a Picasso face. Like Impressionist Picasso. Later, Picasso. Oh, Media Winch, the dipshit came out. This is not a manly man. Is his maxi pad even bigger tonight? Probably. It's not even like a real bandage or anything. It's not even on the wound. It's just like taped to the side of his head. I guess it seems tough for him. See, like that's not even covering the wound. It looks like Scotch tape. Fucking amazing. It's the governor of Virginia. You see Lauren Boebert pointing to him. They treat him like a king. Yeah, he had to come back for the convention.
Guilfoyle.
Not like there was an emergency in the state. Kimberly Guilfoyle, here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump.
Yeah, what, like, hate makes you uglier.
We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hate.
She looks like Rita Rapunzel.
I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation.
Probably not her hair.
Must elect President Donald.
I'm sorry, Mox.
Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice.
I'd say Rubio probably is salty.
Vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness.
Think they'll make Guilfoyle press secretary?
Once again, make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feel
look like chicken cutlets
and
for being passed over for Vice.
And most importantly,
well, let's fucking hope they don't win.
America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe
apparently that doesn't matter
leave it
anymore.
alone and take a nap.
I've seen that, like, you might not want to do it just in case it's really, really close because the other side will challenge it.
But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot
that was Rubio.
Himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal
Kirby have a nose?
across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own.
Yeah, but Yoshi was the tongue god.
Our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe.
What is your god, anyway?
It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not.
What are you talking? There's like fucking 5 in total.
Say anything.
World War II vets still alive. We saw them just a few weeks ago.
Never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever war.
You're upset about sex trafficking.
By the radical left.
That's some news for you about Donald Trump.
The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom.
She's angry.
In our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all.
Some exceptions may apply.
In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not
Looks like a Frozen villain.
Carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men.
That is the 28th reference to trans people. I need to get there, Torchy.
Never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just.
Yet they don't understand how batshit they seem to normal people.
Children to love our country.
Not that we're normal people.
And respect
I'd venture to say we very much aren't.
American flag.
But there is a subset of people out there that are like normies.
In our freedom and liberty, and I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and
I'm sorry, Venus.
Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America.
Absolutely, Ducky. Rush Limbaugh, good evening. I don't know what this is. Nightmare fuel.
I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us.
Yeah, what's the...
Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you.
What's the Spanish Karen name?
So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again.
That'll be a no on my part, dog.
Victory is in our sights. America's future
Karina.
is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control.
I can see that.
And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls.
I don't know any Karinas that have been pissy, though.
Moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
She did a little dance. You guys really couldn't see it because they cut to a long shot. But Washington posed over here like was showing her like with her muchachas.
Please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
You guys listen to Michael. I'm gonna go take a wee-wee. And then when I come back, we're gonna get high because I'm not high enough for this shit.
I am so honored.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Patriots. I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over Afghanistan, and I have never in my lifetime seen the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred
This is
Russia.
still not over? God damn.
You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump. He defused North Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back.
Oh, let's pack a bong. Everybody ready to get high.
Favorite part about
Who's getting high with me?
Commander-in-Chief, he sat across the table.
This is Michael Waltz. He's a congressman from Florida.
And said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house. Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we
Cashing that one out.
What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns. He's focused on...
No, he's not.
Bases. He's focused on DEI. And here's my favorite. He's focused on building electric tanks. Has anybody seen any charging stations?
This is the first time I have heard of electric tanks.
And here's what I can tell you.
He's pretty focused on staying president.
In combat. Our enemy's bullets, listen to me, folks, our enemy's bullets could give a damn about black, white, or brown, or about religion, or about gender, or about anything else. The only colors that matter in the foxhole are the red, white, and blue, baby.
Yeah, me in Florida explains it.
That's the only thing our military should care about. And that's the only thing our fellow soldiers care about. And that's the only thing President Trump cares about.
Energy flow.
Now,
welcome.
I want to tell you a story about...
Yeah, they don't realize, like, you play identity politics. Like, we're just responding to all the shit, the attacks you guys wage.
We all remember...
with your demagoguery.
Disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan. The debacle and the stain on our national conscience that was. The 13 Gold Star families have to relive it.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that the Army or the military would be working on some sort of hybrid technology shit.
Biden won't even take their calls.
Probably smart on their part, right?
Success.
Be ahead of the curve. That's what the military does.
I called President Trump. We talked about it, and he said, Michael, I would love to meet them. Get him up here. Get him up here to Bedminster. He was scheduled, folks, hear me on this. He was scheduled.
The gas stove thing is insane.
An hour.
These people are stupid.
You know how long he spent? He spent 6 hours with him. He met each one. He listened. He cared. One of the moms kind of leaned over to me and she said, do you think he'll sign a picture of my son? I said, oh, hell yeah, he will. Please ask. He would be happy to. And he spent hours more. And if that wasn't enough,
doubt it.
He then has him up to dinner.
They're in Wisconsin,
and at the start of the dinner, he promised them this. When he gets back...
KP from Florida.
He will release
Good evening. The tapes, get another Florida-ite in the chat.
All the records, all the emails, and give these families the accountability and the transparency that they deserve and that they will never get from Joe Biden.
Man.
And then God bless this man. This is why I love this man so much.
Love him.
He had them laughing. He had these moms that have been through so much crying. He had them, I love this, we saw DJ Trump in action playing Sinatra, playing Phantom of the Opera. He had these moms dancing with their husbands. 2 of them came up to me afterwards.
Do I still have the thumbnail from the freaking news I did about that?
Happened to them since they had lost their sons. That night with President Trump.
Yes.
Mr. President, Mr. President, you helped them heal. And I will forever, and they will be forever, and America will forever.
I did a really good job on that artwork.
You for that. Patriots, that's the Donald Trump that I've come to know. That's the Donald Trump and the Commander-in-Chief we all know. That's the Donald Trump the media never wants you to see. That is the Donald Trump we must have as commander.
He'd lick all up in that asshole.
This November, we need it, the country needs it, the world needs it, because we will once again have peace through America's strength. God bless you. I salute you. Let's go fight, 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 and let's win.
Unity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give your solemn attention to the following presentation honoring our nation's Gold Star families.
I'm Jim McCollum. I'm the father of Marine Lance Corporal Riley James McCollum.
What's up, Jim?
And I'm here to speak for him.
Full facial hair.
My name's Alicia Lopez.
I'm Herman Lopez, and we're the parents of our son, Hunter Lopez, a U.S. Marine stationed in Camp Pendleton, San Diego, California.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
26, 2021 in Kabul, Afghanistan.
My name is Abby Sanchez, and I am the voice for my brother, Corporal Humberto Sanchez. My name is Coro Briseno.
Is this specifically the 13?
Sanchez's mother.
My name is Stephen Nakui. I'm here for my son, Kareem Nakui. I'm here today to give my son a voice.
How insulting is it to all the other hundreds, thousands of soldiers
Sergeant Nicole G's aunt. She was
who have died?
Marine that was
they put so much focus on these 13.
My name's Christy Shamblin, and I'm here for Sergeant Nicole G, United States Marine, who was killed in the Afghanistan exit.
My name's Kelly Barnett. I'm here to give a voice to my son, my best friend.
He died in a war zone.
And my name's Darren Hoover, and I'm here to give voice as well.
Give voice to son. They are exploiting the death of your child.
When we started hearing that the Taliban was moving in, that there wasn't more military being deployed, and that they had decided that the Taliban was our security, that was when I became terrified. They were just kind of left there, hung out to dry.
For you from Afghanistan, where there are significant.
The Taliban was the government.
Some Americans from a
I was at work and heard about it. Instantly had that just chill go through me.
They didn't even get all 13 families.
Messages.
I'm talking to people. I'm calling his girlfriend. I'm saying, well, have you heard from him? Calling his sisters. Have you heard from him? You know, we're texting. We're saying, please, just send us a text.
They were at Camp David with Trump.
Just let us know that you're okay.
When all the explosions went off, I had messaged her and I said, hey, I know you can't say anything, but, just an emoji. Just a bubble.
And then 3:30 in the morning that night, I got the knock on the door. There's no other reason 2 Marines are standing on your door.
Right away, they told you. We have news about your son, and he just passed away. I just start screaming. I throw myself on the floor.
The Washington Post knows it's propaganda. They're not even watching it.
I see a white van. And once I saw them, I knew. It's surreal. Seeing all those flag-draped coffins in the back of a C-17 is something you'll never forget. And it really drives home that, these young men and women gave the ultimate sacrifice. They had all the families within this large room. The president showed up and that was
checking the watch.
It wasn't what I was expecting.
You know, this guy's sitting across from me.
Oh yeah, this dude.
And he keeps looking at his watch.
Biden did not want to be there. I don't know what he wanted to do, but he did not want to be there. He looked at his watch multiple times. I saw it 3 times.
He didn't say anything about Riley. And to this day, he has yet to say those 13 kids' names.
And that makes me so upset because those kids were serving their country. Those kids, they were giving their life for this country. And I always said they were thinking that their commander-in-chief was gonna have their back because they were fighting for this country, and that didn't happen.
The administration, the White House, our president has never once mentioned their names, not one of them.
Honestly, I don't feel like Joe Biden cared.
He just had no empathy for us at all.
I do think incompetence played a huge factor in what happened.
Oh, it did.
Bad decision, bad leadership.
Yeah, Trump when he was negotiating it.
Be leading this country.
There was
With
no
the Taliban
making that hard deadline August 31st. It was 100% a political stunt.
He let my son down.
Wait a minute, didn't Biden push the deadline back? Wasn't Trump sooner?
Wounded down. He let those 174 civilians down. He let our country down.
And then what it hurts the most is that they could be here.
They could be here if fucking Bush never invaded Afghanistan all the way back in 2002.
But there are thousands and thousands more out there that are going to come home the same way if something doesn't change. We're the United States of America. We can do better by our men and women.
It was Joe Biden's fault that we got out of Afghanistan. Okay, cool.
To this day,
That's the military carrying it out.
Harris have never mentioned these fallen soldiers' names.
Gingerly. What's up, friend?
We'll never forget them.
Sure. Aren't they suckers and losers? Average guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Gold Star families of our fallen heroes.
It's kind of amazing to me that Biden didn't go and like schmoz with them, right? Because that's what Biden's known for, is like talking to people on a personal level. We don't know what was going on that day. What the fuck did he have to do?
Hello, America. I'm Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G.
It's so gross.
Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused
I know her.
Their sacrifice, Donald Trump
She's the McGear girl from the meme.
with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids.
You feel old now?
Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me.
Your stepmom.
Yeah.
What does your dad think?
And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us.
Donald Trump.
Passionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
A shiesty con man. Ghoulish indeed.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success.
It actually was.
Success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success.
What humiliation? The humiliation was our loss 20 years ago.
Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten.
How is Joe Biden to blame for people getting killed inside of a war zone? Trump set the date. Bo died of brain cancer.
The men and women that served
and he probably got it from like the burn pits in Afghanistan, Iraq. But he didn't actually die in combat.
Donald Trump loves his country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I don't know. I can't blame them. Their grief makes them do some crazy
I'm Alicia
shit.
Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez,
You want to look
whose
for
name
answers.
Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office.
ACAB means you too. I'm not high enough for
And
this
our
shit.
family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone,
You might get her tomorrow. You might get her family tomorrow.
silence from that empty
Wouldn't surprise me.
dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite
Start saying Hunter, they're going to get hard-ons. They want to see a hog.
they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
I'm amazed they haven't focused more on Harris. Quesadilla, good evening.
When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply.
I can't imagine that's true.
So Alicia and I
clearly it's
are here to
not.
say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives.
There's bound to be more. There was a helicopter crash. Like in North Carolina just a couple months ago.
All 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxon Soviak. And my son, Hunter Lopez.
Illegal. DJT. I find something attractive about a lot of people.
Joe Biden has to go.
Some people might say I have low standards.
The American people.
But maybe I just see beauty in everybody.
The Afghan people. And our military service members. He failed our family.
Maybe I'm just horny.
Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform.
You live in sexual anarchy?
All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers. And he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army.
What'd you do that for?
and we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order back. Students restoring the American flag and singing the national anthem.
Protesters began to take down the American flag, and that's when the guys stepped in. Patriotic fraternity brothers stepped in and said, "Not today, Hamas."
The group of frat brothers defended the American flag from anti-Israel protesters.
I held the Israeli flag, and they held up the American
Yeah, I can't wait till the campus protests heat up again in the fall.
to kill myself about 50 times, called a white supremacist, a fascist.
During an election year, it's gonna be wild.
Bottles and rocks, but they stood strong.
I think the most popular college students right now are the ones at UNC.
God bless
Israel is not letting up.
Taking down the Palestinian flag and putting up Old Glory.
Giving us some hope there that not all college students have gone woke.
They should be celebrated for, and what might more rare is their bravery, their willingness to stand up and exhibit that patriotism and protect America.
All is not lost. In every corner of America, there are many people that love this country.
I'm very proud of these boys and very, very proud that we have parents that are raising good kids like this in our country.
I love America. There are still patriots in this country that actually want to.
We're keeping you sane, Freedom.
You know,
we keep you grounded while we're watching these nutsos.
This flag, this country.
It's good to know that
we don't take this serious.
They're supporting the flag still out there.
Don't bend the knee to these people.
So the stage is really cool. I really like the stage. Oh fuck! What in the fuck are we doing?
Please welcome country music star Brian Kelly and Anthony McGahee and Praise Motivated Choir.
Praise Motivated Choir.
A couple scars, a lot more like him out there, never made it home.
You think I have to like worry about copyright here? Kind of come down like this. The praise choir. American spirit. Resonate. It's what I believe in. The American spirit runs in our blood. American spirit. Oh, it's those jackasses. You're singing about first responders, and you bring in a bunch of frat dudes that went viral. American freedom. This country I love, American spirit runs in our blood. American spirit. It's the Proud Boy training wheels. Okay, I can't do the bridge. In spirit, in blue, and for freedom, Me and for you, oh, it's what I believe in. This country I love. American spirit runs in our blood. In every big city and all the small towns, American spirit's in my ass. Can't take down. American spirit. Hope you enjoyed that copyright safe rendition of whatever the fuck that was.
When a mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus,
suck. I know I suck.
Couldn't let that happen. We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for
Oh God, why is he looking at me like that?
Too many people have sacrificed.
He hasn't blinked.
The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
I don't like him. American spirit.
First day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do
I hate everything about this.
Good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until
once upon a time, I could see the appeal, at least, of the Republican Party. I didn't agree with them, but I could see I could explain what they stood for.
By mail or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only...
I don't know what this is.
We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th.
American spirit.
Swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with you,
any way possible,
win a
we got to get your vote.
Of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down.
It is not the most important day in the history of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Is there something going across the screen? Did you guys see it? Because if you guys saw it, it's not a bug on my screen here.
My name
and it keeps happening.
Shabbos Kestenbaum. I am a proud first-generation American. I am a proud Orthodox Jew.
You probably don't want to say that around these people.
I am the proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism. I came to Harvard to study religion, the foundation of Western civilization.
It's not.
What I found was not theology, but a contempt for it. My problem with Harvard is not its liberalism, but its illiberalism. Too often, students at Harvard are taught not how to think, but what to think. I found myself immersed in a culture that is anti-Western, that is anti-American.
Only one didn't wear a red tie.
Semitic. After October 7th, the world finally saw what I and so many Jewish students across this country experienced almost every day.
This is the first one that's pissed you off anonymously.
Israeli and American flags on campus. They were all vandalized within 24 hours. I was harassed by my peers merely for being a Jew and have received countless death threats online.
I would assume
students and professors
you've been harassed for being a Zionist.
For new Hamas-style attacks against the United States.
And I would say several of the people that were accusing you of being a Zionist were Jewish.
Butchered 45 American citizens.
If I just had to bet.
And they took 12 Americans hostage. Harvard refused to immediately and unequivocally condemn this atrocity. My fellow Americans, the anti-Semitic bigotry, unfortunately, extends far beyond the universities. Although I once voted for Bernie Sanders, I now recognize the far left has not only abandoned the Jewish people, but the American people.
How? Sir, I have not changed in these last 8 years.
The
If anything, I've gotten more leftist.
I registered to vote for the day I turned 18 has become ideologically poisoned.
Benny Hill.
And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting far too many young American students. Let's be clear. The far left's anti-Semitic extremism has no virtue, and the radicalism on our campuses and on our streets has no moral legitimacy. Sadly, the far left-wing tide of anti-Semitism is rising. But tonight we fight back. I am proud to support President Trump's policies to expel foreign students who violate our laws, harass our Jewish classmates, and desecrate our freedoms.
We're pretty welcoming over here on the left.
Let's elect a president who will instill patriotism in our school once again. Let's elect a president who will confront terrorism and its supporters once again. Let's elect a president who recognizes that although Harvard and the Ivy Leagues have long abandoned the United States of America, the Jewish people never will, because Jewish values are American values, and American values are Jewish values. God bless the United States. God bless the land of Israel. God bless, protect, and return the American hostages in Gaza now.
I feel like there's only one side holding up the return of those hostages.
The parents of an American hostage.
I might be wrong.
Orna and Ronan Nutra.
He looked like a Pixar character.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11, 8 months pregnant I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader.
Makes you a leader?
And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14th, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving.
IDF killed him.
Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During
is that Raleigh Games?
October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage?
There's been plenty of people outraged.
This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans.
No, sir.
Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody.
God, there's like another hour of this.
God bless America.
So much.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Oh, fucking Lee Zeldin. Here you go. Here's Lee Zeldin. You get ads.
Hello, Wisconsin. I'm Lee Zeldin from New York.
That was a favor to people who are seeing ads. To Lee Zeldin.
A nation led
Are you chanting
by
Lee?
President Trump is a nation stronger, safer, and more secure. As a former 82nd Airborne paratrooper, I want a military focused on being the world's greatest fighting force, not its biggest social experiment. We need a president treating our friends as friends and our adversaries as our adversaries, understanding they only respect strength, not weakness. I was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee under 3 presidents, but only one ended wars without starting new ones.
It's not exactly the crowd to be going up and proclaiming your Jewishness. Unless there's some guys that are going to be on the grinder in the crowd, they're looking for uncut cock.
Jewish Republicans in Congress. It was
now, wait a minute. They are circumcised. I'm sorry, they're circumcised.
history-making
They're looking for some cut cock.
strengthening the U.S.-Israel
Fuck Mo and joke up.
under President Trump, moving our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and launching the Abraham Accords, which no one said was possible.
It was just an arms deal to like Jordan.
Soleimani and the ISIS caliphate were eliminated.
In the UAE.
President Trump withdrew from the Iran deal. Stopped those insane ransom payments and crippled Iran with maximum.
I love that the Washington Post not even paying attention to Lee Zeldin. You're right, Washington Post.
But then,
not worth paying attention to.
everything went downhill under Biden. Yes, the guy who advised Obama not to take out Osama. Joe Biden advised against the mission that killed Osama bin Laden.
Boo.
Oh
yeah, that is right.
And especially
Obama went against Joe Biden's advice. Obama went against a lot of people's advice for that.
Even in his prime, he had bad judgment. And it's only gotten worse with age.
So does Lee Zeldin admit that Obama had good judgment?
Biden to make this kind of crucial 3 a.m. decision. Heck, we can't rely on him at 3 in the afternoon.
Panic at the Disco song.
He has refilled Iran's coffers. Since October 7th, Biden has pandered to
Caliphate just sounds scary.
cheer Hamas's attack.
It sounds Muslim and scary.
While Americans are still being held hostage in Gaza. Biden turned 13 Blue Star families into Gold Star families with his fatal withdrawal from Afghanistan, and then he lied about it during last month's debate, claiming that no service members had died under his watch.
That is a stupid thing to say.
We must elect President Trump. Whether building an Iron Dome defense shield at home, countering China and other bad actors abroad, or securing our borders, he will make America strong and respected again. President Trump risks everything for us.
You're a bad speaker, man. Bad speaker.
We need him back in the White House now more than ever before.
It is. It's a very embarrassing smoking word.
We must first, and God willing,
This is the worst goddamn poetry jam I've been to.
in the United States House of Representatives.
Poetry slam, that's what it's called.
We will
Fucked up my joke again.
the United States Senate.
A1C3, A1B2. Welcome in, my
Our
friend.
next vice president.
I feel like I'm missing the joke, though.
And we will make Donald J. Trump the 47th president of these United States. Thank you. God bless you.
ACAB 1312. Hell yeah.
God bless America.
We are gathered here on Freedom.
I've got my
these shores
Chris Dorner Appreciation Society
on this day 70
emote.
years ago. 10,000 men shed their blood and thousands sacrificed their lives for their brothers, for their countries.
The suckers and losers
of liberty. Those who fought here won a future for our nation. They won the survival of our civilization. These men ran through the fires of hell, moved by a force no weapon could destroy. The fierce patriotism of a free, proud, and sovereign people.
F them pigs.
Showed us the way.
It's a pretty area, though.
Cherish.
What is that? Is that a church? I guess that's side of a graveside, isn't it? Some kind of memorial shit.
Their children will forever and always be free.
It seems really fascist to me. It used to mean G.I. Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Peckrell.
What up, Peggy? It must be cold. He has a jacket on.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peckrell. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of...
His name was Bill Peckerhead.
My wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children.
Didn't know how to pull out, eh?
6 girls, 5 boys. Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran.
Come on her back, come on her tits,
I'm
and her face. So there's so many goddamn baby boomers.
Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world.
You're welcome, Peckerhead.
I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis' last major push in the Western Front.
Boy, you speaking to him here then.
A few months later, Hitler was dead.
You tearing up a little bit?
The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil.
That God, dude. I don't know about him.
But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But
I feel like I was there because I played so many video games, watched so many movies
here
on the beaches in Normandy.
That America is still worth fighting for.
Unity.
It hurts my heart to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in.
Oh yeah, he's totally sticking it in some Italian
We
snack.
pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East, and they let our own southern border get overrun.
Yeah, Grandpa. Speak up.
America, people say.
He leaned over more to get away from it.
America's an idea, but I believe America is much more than that. America is our home.
America. Fuck yeah. It's like a piece of paper folded over. Just taped to the side of his head.
You know, when I was fighting in Europe and I came back home, I kissed the ground.
I bet
that I'm back home in my country.
What a fucking horrific experience.
And where I come from, when somebody comes for me or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world. And those years ago,
Ain't so free now, Papa.
Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today.
Won't take you. You're not DEI woke. You're being generous, Minty.
I was stormed whatever beach you want, my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
Amen. Howdy ho. I'm slap happy again, guys. I'm slap happy. This is Tom Petty. Do I need a titty slap? Is that what's going on?
Introduce him to the public. Let's talk about this couple and
T-Slab
themselves in Rhonda as being in the.
I was slab happy.
Yeah, you know, they met at Yale, and he has said that he would not be anything without her. In fact, he
I must be slurring my words.
at Yale to her, saying she kind of navigated the way, showed him opportunities, and really made him who he is today. So I'm sure he'll say a lot about her, but we will first hear about from her. And she, you know, has an impressive career herself. She was a lawyer. She quit the firm, actually.
The firm.
On Monday.
Right. In preparation for this run, and also said she needed to take care of her family while they do this run. But I think the night also kind of belongs to her, because if they're elected, she would be second lady. She is Indian American, comes from a Hindu family. We have heard from sort of the
apparently
the Republican Party who have talked about J.D. Vance as a pick and saying that he will be now soft on immigration and saying some kind of racist things about it. So
they absolutely have.
Will stop as this.
The white nationalists originally were pretty happy about J.D. Vance.
We are going to hear from this couple.
Until they found out he had an Indian wife.
Hear from Don Jr. Donald Trump Jr. is also speaking shortly, and he will be someone to give a sense of who J.D. Vance is as well.
Usha Vance.
He's closely aligned with him.
Usha Vance.
Let's go to the stage now to see how Donald Trump Jr. is received by the...
Oh shit, we're getting it going here.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone.
What?
Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like.
So another Trump.
So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Oh God, the new generation. It looks amazingly normal.
Hi everyone, my name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his.
Well, they're golfing buddies.
Then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. Yeah, I know.
Oh, she does kind of look like Ivanka-ish, doesn't she?
To me. But I have to remind him I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him.
Oh God, this family.
I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot. and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that
She's going to be on TikTok and Instagram after this.
a lot of people have put my grandpa through hell.
It's like a brand launch.
Standing.
It is, isn't it?
Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again.
I can't imagine that.
Thank you very much.
She'll do some drugs at college and come to her senses. Or she'll be a grifter just like the rest of her family, who knows?
A lot of proud moments this week from my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business.
I see more and more of senior and junior.
Thank you, sir.
The older he gets.
Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most...
Or he might be trying to act more like his dad.
...in history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible, patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight. But his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved.
That's the only move he's got, eh?
So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude.
Let's switch it up.
And service.
I'm incredibly animated.
Corey Comparator.
Millimeters? What kind of commie shit is that?
They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare.
It apparently was true. Ryan Grimm reported that
on freedom
it was like a spammy email, and he unsubscribed from it.
Of all,
the email was like, should Joe Biden pardon Donald Trump?
That they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies.
Well, don't
left-wing
don't put it so far down your throat, Holiday.
When you hear them in a row, you
focus a little more on the head.
They have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure.
Maybe not accidentally.
They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from...
I'm glad you liked that one. Some people might be offended.
They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told...
He's not a moderate. He's a right-winger.
Lie after another about my father.
A very conservative Democrat.
Away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built.
Oh, he liked that one.
Back, and nothing is better.
Broke, bumbling Biden.
Bridges are collapsing. Our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less.
Well, to be fair, that last bridge collapse wasn't because, you know,
it was just one
structural deficiency.
Switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag.
Because a big-ass boat hit it.
Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into...
Crime is at historically low levels.
...into criminal defense attorneys and police into public enemies.
They kind of are.
Activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders. But they can't even define what a woman is.
Oh my God, this again?
On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme.
What?
It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden.
I heard people say Obama. I heard people say Hillary.
So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell.
Black is white, up is down.
There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party,
Nope. The Republicans said the same thing about all of them.
forward is going backwards.
Call them radical commies and all that good shit. Same fucking shit.
Where justice is only for those with the right opinions. Where streets are a luxury only for the elite. Where economic opportunity
It's actually kind of striking how little Republican rhetoric has changed over the last 120 years.
The America that we love feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud. An America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may
No.
but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say?
What a week this has been.
And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices.
Yeah, you did say wear my shoes.
With our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote.
Secret Service had thrown them.
I've always been proud of.
So the question was, did he take his shoes off when he was
my
speaking?
father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Or did they come off as he was ducking? Yeah, he fell out of his shoes.
The good news is, America is Trump tough.
Now come on, even if you're gonna be a conspiracy theorist about you don't think he would blade? He's a WWE Hall of Famer. He wouldn't blade?
In 1912, more than a century ago,
He is also a little wuss.
Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet.
Again with the Teddy Roosevelt.
Either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting.
He did finish his speech. And he lost.
My friends, I don't believe
Jinx mugs.
But I do believe in God's plan.
He did not get a bump in the polls. And It probably is not changing anybody's opinion of Trump.
Teddy Roosevelt's
Galvanizes his base, but
has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump.
they didn't need any more galvanizing. They were already as galvanized as you could possibly get. But now we're just galvanizing a little. I guess I don't fucking know.
My father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political.
I think so. I think it's very possible for the Dems to take the momentum going into the convention.
He's not doing it.
OMG, good evening.
He's doing it for everyone here tonight. For everyone.
Once again, C-SPAN callers gonna be more tilted towards Republicans because we're watching the Republican convention.
You can be a part of this movement to make America great again.
But also, I think there's kind of a hardcore C-SPAN contingency.
And my friend J.D. Vance.
They're probably not very indicative of the public as a whole.
Kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president.
C-SPAM. Okay, I get it now. Fuck, it took me a little bit, Flo. Fuck. I feel stupid that it took me that long.
For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I thought
the spam can had an earring on.
For a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home. There's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the
pirate spam.
My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction.
Maybe the youngins that were in here earlier, Mox.
If you don't have the best guys laying
And the young Republicans and shit.
People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible.
What have you built, Don?
Something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my.
What's Trump ever built? For those unaware, Trump doesn't own most of the things that that has his name on, which is a lot less now.
Choice between one team.
He has branding deals to put Trump on buildings.
That wants to tear this country down.
Pretty sweet. Okay, fair enough, OMG.
It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, Don Jr. does feel a little subdued. Guilfoyle was definitely more wired.
Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you.
I'm glad this is over.
Wisconsin.
That was like 30 minutes of Don Jr. and his crotch fruit both. Oh shit! I didn't think they were gonna cut out. You don't want to see. I spared you. I think they got weed in Wisconsin.
And there was a steeliness to it. Donald Trump Sr. loved watching his granddaughter Kai. I could see him right here, and he had a real kind of a happy grandfatherly smile on his face. So it's this effort to both soften his image and show that he's tough and strong, but also kind of soft on the inside. And you got
Master Goosey,
father and daughter.
Yeah. I was also thinking about the tone too, because you're right, he does have
good evening
Donald Trump Jr.'s, and I was struck because I was thinking about
Wisconsin does not have legal weed.
We talked about this before, where it felt a little
Goose evening. I love it. I love it.
Someone who wants to
welcome in my friend. Honk honk.
To lead again. He was taking that very seriously. I was reading an Axios story. They had an interview with him a couple days ago.
It could have been lust.
Donald Trump Jr.
Homan could have been toning it down for the C-SPAN audience,
which I think is interesting. The other part he did tell Axios is that the election is not.
He did look like his type.
To tell people, look, we're not being overly confident.
It's also very sick for us to be speculating that.
It's likely because
you deserve a titty slap for that.
Those mixed messages that we're getting from the RNC.
Let's bring JM into the conversation. JM, next up we're going to hear from Usha Vance, the wife.
So all around Wisconsin, but not in Wisconsin. Do they have medical?
39 years old. He'd be 40 by the time of the election. Talk to us about what you'll be listening.
It's been a hotbed of conservatism, but it's been turning back blue.
In the convention here, this introduction, this moment right before Vance speaks, we've talked about how a lot of voters don't know who J.D. Vance is. They don't know much about him. This is.
See, I'm not a physical kind of guy, right? Like.
Met him.
You get the ladies that want to be smacked around, they want their titties slapped and their pussy slapped.
On the Court of Appeals and
ass smacked around, they want to be choked and shit. I'm not into it.
John Roberts on the Supreme Court. She resigned her law firm this week when that.
I have a stranger fetish. I fuck complete strangers.
We're really kind of getting into the final stretch here of the keynote.
And two,
the vice.
I apparently have sex with him as if I was like in love with him.
Here's how we'll see this in the next few minutes. We'll see a biographical.
I fuck strangers as if I'm absolutely in love with
them.
him.
The Trump team wants him to be perceived and introduced to the American public. We'll hear.
And then get up and be like, "Hey, let's go smoke a bowl."
J.D. Vance do his speech. This is the
I am not joking.
Define the narrative and show America who he is. J.D., if you're wondering, stands for James.
Oh, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong one.
His last name is he grew older. He changed it in 2014, the year that he got married.
I meant to hit Sexual Anarchy.
Because they really raised him. And if you've read Hillbilly Elegy or seen the movie that came out that Ron Howard directed in 20.
I hooked up with this girl one time, and apparently the way I looked at her, my eyes, it freaked her the fuck out.
He is expected to lean into those roots. That is what kind of propelled him into this role, and that is one of the reasons why the Trump campaign.
I mean, I like to say I live my life in sexual anarchy.
Yeah, let's check this out.
I'm slowing down in my older age.
But here he is.
Anonymous sex, but lovemaking style.
His family torn apart by drug addiction.
Oh shit! This is the intro of the vice president.
No
vice presidential candidate.
Apart by drug addiction. No money. No prospects. No future. J.D. joined the Marine Corps, used the GI Bill to attend college.
Here's our main event of the evening.
To Yale, and earned a law degree, and shared his heartbreaking story in a best-selling book. Only in America is this story possible. But today, for many families, the American dream is now gone. And this
is Joe Biden
tough enough to bring it back. J.D. Vance understands that
Joe Biden took my job.
The forgotten families. Under Biden, wages are going down while prices skyrocket. forcing the majority of Americans to live paycheck to paycheck. Working families will have J.D. Vance fighting for them. Seniors, J.D. will have your backs too. No more deciding between putting food on your table and paying for the prescriptions you need. As a husband and father,
America's Hitler.
The importance of fighting for a parent's right to protect their children. And you can count on this Marine to stand up for our soldiers who put their lives on the line for their country.
Yeah, as someone who's actually from Appalachia, fuck this dude.
Perseverance, of duty, of
he said duty.
What's right. It's an American story, and it's
what was wrong with that kid's head? Yeah, potato head.
Welcome, Usha Vance.
Usha Vance. The Groypers have flipped out.
Good evening.
Yes, it's a shit show.
Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, J.D. Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ron Howard.
J.D. has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book...
Oh, M-Lord, I didn't see Beanie Time. I'm sorry.
During his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator, it occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire J.D. and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States.
Why tell me he smoked some weed?
I met J.D. in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the
Well, come on, is Usha not a white
We
name?
were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with J.D.? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good
lady already hated him.
and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community.
She's an academic.
Two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position. But it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio.
That sounds about right towards you.
Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him.
I keep turning down her audio and she keeps red pegging. I don't know why.
It's my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
God help us. Oh yeah, she's probably a smarter woman. She's probably smarter than he is. If I had to guess. She's the brain. Oh my God, this music.
From Ohio. Why don't we liberate these United States?
Oh, this is the Merle Haggard again.
Let the rest of the world help us forge.
That stage is so cool. Look at it.
Thank you.
I'm just nerding out on their stage.
Over the world, let's rebuild America first.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, Hunter was the dumbest of Joe's sons.
Wow.
Still smarter than Don Jr. This was a horrible pick. I feel like Trump doesn't want to be president.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely and amazing?
This was the worst of the three that he narrowed it down to.
Greetings, Milwaukee.
And those three were terrible.
My fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans, my name is J.D. Vance from the
You were saying conservative thought. I wish I could, because I think I'd become a grifter. If I could divorce myself from ethics and think like a conservative, I'd do it. Hombre.
I-O-O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so.
Somebody answer the question for me. Does he wear eye makeup, or does he just have really pretty eyelashes?
Tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
I mean, it's prominent.
It is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country.
He could just have really pretty lashes.
He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything
he wasn't.
you could ever want in a life. And yet,
one of the most successful showmen in the world.
He chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him.
No, we didn't. Don't speak for me.
And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said,
apparently he's not very virile.
They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life.
Yeah, he said unity.
He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave.
So Barron looks exactly like him.
To protect
it's fucking scary.
God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys.
That's what I was getting ready to say, Don and Eric.
He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America.
Ooh.
Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
Really? Is this over? Their mouths weren't synced with the chant.
Thank you. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio.
Me too.
A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And
which party started that war? JD?
Come on, man.
I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first.
I've got nothing against makeup.
These policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us.
This is weird for
Our country
Republicans.
was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and
Kind
in
of
decades
feminine,
to
you
come,
know.
deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who
why
could
that
barely
message
walk,
got
but
flagged.
she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers.
I call my grandmother Mamu.
Mamaw raised me as her own, Mamaw raised me as my
different.
mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith.
Exactly none.
But she also loved the F word.
Very hypocritical.
I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true.
Yeah, you're threatening
She
kids.
said, "JD, no one will ever find out about it."
They're cheering for the murder of a child.
Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan. I had to get that in there. Come on, come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful
So
wife.
slimy.
And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump.
Oh yeah, I played it whenever the remaster came out.
Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give.
I don't understand people with kids.
I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up.
I don't want to share my PlayStation with anybody.
I'm proud of stuff. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids.
Maybe it's
Ewan,
Maybelline.
who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock.
Damn breeders.
But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power
You're part of the ruling class, you dipshit.
and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump
Winch's mama is
America's
super cool.
last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States of America. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me, it's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And
that's the difference in the parties right there, where one party chants, yes, we can. The other party chants, yes, we are. Oh.
And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction.
All the right stuff.
And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here. 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom.
Grandma, wasn't it? Mike made sure she didn't watch any porn.
And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025, and if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House.
Give me a no from me.
And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise.
You want to cut?
And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now,
Oh, God.
Before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were...
Nineteen loaded handguns.
They were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet. In
It's not responsible.
And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit.
Made everyone so much less safe. And a weird whisper.
Now, Joe Biden has been a politician.
I'm a real working class.
Than I've been alive.
Fucking hillbilly.
39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker.
Just a heads up, I'm not going to be able to pause the ads again. I've paused them for as long as I can.
Donald Trump reversed.
They're coming at you in like 3 minutes.
Trails inflicted by Joe Biden.
Might not be wrapped up yet.
Of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing.
Prefer ads to JD Vance.
Shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof.
No, they did not.
And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years.
Wrecked the economy that has pretty much just finally turned around after he wrecked it the last time.
Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington.
Capitalism.
I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens.
That's not all how this happened.
So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas,
hey there, good evening.
Rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them.
Oui, oui. Joe sucks. Ads coming at you in seconds. We'll be back in time for C-SPAN calls,
prices
though.
Soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story.
Did anybody get mad at me if I went and got some cheese?
We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages.
Leave a good 10 hours every night.
Energy from countries that hate us, we're going to get it right here from American
May very well take a nap of an afternoon.
In Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, made in the USA.
Manufacturing has actually returned to the U.S. somewhat. Rachel Ray's been making animal food for a while.
Factories again.
Piercer uses her cat food
for American families, made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages.
None of it is the neoliberals who've been in charge.
Communist Party from building their
Republicans for a good chunk of it.
American citizens.
Nicholas.
Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity.
What category would you put me in, Winch? I've noticed that other people do just chatting. They've moved from politics.
Together, we will send our kids to war.
Why would you put me in politics?
When we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard.
Hot tubs and pools, hell yeah.
Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the
Be a media winch in a hot tub. We need to make it happen.
Make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family.
Yeah, I'm just eating shredded cheese.
Now, when I proposed,
what about it?
Wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey.
Would you share a bag of shredded cheese with me? Media win.
Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people.
Brother, I know them from there.
They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it.
The grass in my front yard completely dead. He's boring though, Mox. He's got no charisma.
As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles, even though
He's got no personality, though.
Are great. That is a homeland. That is our homeland.
If anybody is joining him soon, it's Biden.
People,
as we are on
for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first.
No one even asked me what kind of cheese I was eating.
We won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever.
I don't know. I think I'm done with headphones for the night. Fuck this. Ears need to breathe.
That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
Oh, you want a chase? I've got a chase, but it's like 40 minutes long. There was indeed a chase today. Ooh, I think I've got something shorter.
Mr. President, I will never.
Yeah, I got one for you.
Trust you have put in me, and what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country.
Might be a foot chase instead of a car chase, though, but I got one for you.
I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again.
If they start at 7 tomorrow, we'll do the long chase.
And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities.
We'll start the show off with that
Michigan,
that long
Wisconsin,
chase.
Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this.
Apparently there was a kidnapped kid in the
chase. Where he came from.
I'm so pissed they switched out the podium.
And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
Oh, fucking finally. About goddamn time. Whoa, this is what they played at the DNC in like 96. Can you get one? Yeah, it's on the Freak Store, Venus. Apparently, some people think it's a little anti-Semitic of me. Mom getting her some sugar on stage. I figured the shirt would cause a stir. That's kind of why I did it, that it didn't cause a stir. Fleetwood Mac actually gave them the permission to use the song. I think they might have even played the second inauguration. guess it's not called inauguration the second time. It's whatever. They have a little party. Seriously, the stage is fucking cool. Yeah, I also think JD's wife is kind of cute.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
I remembered his name was Whatley. It is kind of an oversized gavel. I was thinking that last night.
Republicans around the world.
I kind of would like an oversized gavel if I was doing it.
Tonight, in this hall, we had a chance to see what strength is like. Strength looks like heartbroken Gold Star families talking about their loved ones and talking about their loss.
Oh, God.
Strength.
Just end it. Hit the gavel.
Looks like fraternity brothers facing down a hostile crowd to save the American flag. Strength looks like thousands of law enforcement officers from all across the country here to protect us tonight. Strength tonight looks like all of the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines around the world keeping America safe home and abroad. Strength looks like a teenage daughter standing on this stage.
Well, I was going up against the Majority Report tonight.
That she has for her.
That's why there wasn't as many people in here. Makes sense.
Strength looks like a kid born in rural Appalachia who put himself through school and answered a call to serve.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Him and joined the Marines and has answered another call to serve as our next vice president. And strength looks like a man who gave up a successful business career and a comfortable life to fight every single day for the American people, who has suffered hoax after hoax after hoax, who has endured politically motivated prosecutions and lawsuits all across the country, and who, when he was knocked down by a would-be assassin's bullet, got back up and encouraged America to fight, fight, fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what strength looks like, and we know that America is a nation of inherent strength. And we, as a nation of inherent strength, are going to be strong again. For tonight's benediction,
why is this still going on?
Lead pastor at Bayou Blue Assembly in Houma, Louisiana, Pastor Packy Thompson.
Well, hello, Milwaukee. I bring you greetings from the great state of Louisiana, from my church, Bayou Blue Assembly of God in Houma, Louisiana, and from the small town I grew up in Jena, Louisiana. I am proud to be with all of you here tonight for this historic convention. And I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his blessings. I would like to thank the RNC for allowing me to be here. And I would like to thank President Trump for all that he has done for our country. I want you to know, sir, that you are loved and respected in my state of Louisiana. Would y'all stand and pray with me, please?
No.
Heavenly Father, we are grateful for your mercy.
They have had things other than Christians.
Father, we give you glory
that one woman
and honor because you alone deserve to be honored.
She was a Hindu,
Father, I thank you for giving us a man to stand in the gap.
They had a Jewish dude.
A man who has made up the hedge for the American people. A man who has protected our nation from those who would harm us. Father, we thank you for raising up President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, there were like 3 different people
of the United States of America
on the first night.
And I also thank you for protecting him from the evil that was perpetrated last Saturday. Father, I ask that you would unite our country once again. A nation, Lord God, under your leadership. Father God, help us to elect leaders that will help us to become the lead country in the world, to hold the values that our forefathers intended for us when they drafted the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Father, I ask that you would help us to elect men and women of God who will protect the rights that were promised to every American, protect us from tyranny, and restore truth back to the public square. Father, I pray for the Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance tonight, that you would give them grace, strength, and wisdom to guide our country once again. And Father God, help make America great. Once again, I ask it in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen. Yes.
The chair recognizes the delegate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Fred Keller from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Seriously, there shouldn't be religious shit at political events.
I make the motion that this convention now adjourn.
The question now occurs.
Might as well be. It is definitely a cult,
All
Nathan.
those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, this convention stands adjourned until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
I don't think coverage will resume shortly, actually. We're going to be taking C-SPAN now. Well, actually, let's do our crime story of the day. We'll go to C-SPAN whenever I see they go to calls. They usually do an interview first. They let the calls fill up. They do an interview. So we'll do our crime story, our little moment is in, our Schadenfreude, our cathartic piece of content. This comes to us from Ohio, a man named Matthew Petcakes. I'm sorry. I really am spent. I really am spent. Matthew Pancakes tried to rob a Petland store. A man by the name of Matthew Pancakes. Yes, Matthew Pancakes. Matthew Pancakes. He's apparently dressed as a cheetah.
Damaging.
Oh God, there is
Abusing animals? Oh, there are gerbils in there. Yeah, definitely animal abuse.
What the heck?
there's blood. Oh, sorry, bud. I did not see you there.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood there. Blood's clearing. I definitely can't put him in canine too.
Is there anybody out back?
I've never heard of a Petland. It must not be a...
9150.
Before we clear this, we'll walk the back.
Must not be in my area.
253, Hilliard Run Road, and if we can work on the key holder, the full pet lands out in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on now. Do you need more cars around that? Yeah, we all have dogs.
We got birds, we got all kinds. If you got another car to slide up this way, we still have to clear this.
Does not have them in the south.
20 exotic birds, a couple bunnies, and a couple dogs running around the parking lot right now.
The pet stores do fucking suck.
Sure, that's on 2 of them.
Sorry. No, you're good.
Let's go this way. Yeah, there's 2 of them that are busted.
Yeah.
How do they even get back here though? Because there's no.
I don't think you went back.
Busted open, they come out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just got
But I mean, like, I don't even see any keys.
Yeah. Maybe it's like one of those
Picked one of the pet cages to get to the back.
That's what it is.
These aren't cheap dogs.
Yeah, well, there's the balance here. We get any birds?
I don't think so. They're like birds. You guys pull our way out now.
There you are.
Okay, and I can get a hold of the holder ETA in 20 minutes or anything clear. She's going to pass on.
I don't believe so.
I'm trying to catch all these exotic birds.
I've never catched a bird.
Yeah, I'm not a bird guy. I have no idea what to do.
Apparently a bird has gotten loose.
Buddy. Come on. I don't know if you're gonna bite or what.
Probably. Birds are mean.
Exactly. Exactly. I heard the one. Stop touching bird.
Yeah, I'm hitting him by his head.
And you're everyone's favorite Finn boy?
You can see this motherfucker bit me hard. Sure did. I got second hands. Yeah, I got calls on.
Hey everybody, we're gonna get you right back to that body cam in just a minute, but here's a question
Where in
for
the
you.
fuck did they find the dude?
This channel made clear. forthepeople.com/LCBodycam.
Mr. Pancake, you're under arrest.
Don't move.
Get on your belly. Get on your fucking belly.
Wait a minute, he was just asleep on a bench?
On your belly.
Roll. Get on your belly, Mr. Pancake.
On your belly.
In the name of the law, Pancake, get on your belly. What the fuck is going on? I got one here. Are you shitting me? What the f***? Your other hand. What the f***?
Other hand.
Oh, he got some animal drugs, didn't he?
Yeah, cuffs. There's a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Yes, that would make sense.
Okay, I'll have medic start that way.
Well, on today's one, boys.
Would a pet store have ketamine?
Good job, Mr. Pancakes.
Yeah, we'd find them eventually. Where are the gerbils?
Where are the gerbils?
I'm assuming they know the guy. He's a...
In case nobody mentioned it already, you're under arrest.
repeat offender.
side.
You got clothes on under this? Where's the...
This is the Cheetah Man.
He was taking him for arson yesterday.
Oh, there's something in this.
Yeah, what am I?
Happened on the 9th of July.
Walking around.
Okay. What happened to your hand?
About a week ago.
My hands.
In Ohio.
I've been working all day. I've been walking.
80, go ahead.
There's a bunch of...
Looks like he tried to get into 5439.
What are you guys randomly attacking for? Jesus Christ.
5439 Roberts Road, I copy. And is it okay for the medics to go in? I told him it was.
You doing a man-cheetah kind of thing?
Yep, we got him got down. The gerbil bandit.
Is it glass?
Okay.
There's a dog collar. Somebody watch that phone for me.
What the hell am I under arrest for? Seriously.
B&E.
Seriously.
Theft.
He broke in the store and stole some gerbils.
Oh, God, there is
Abusing
a gerbil.
animals? Oh, there are gerbils in there. Yeah, definitely animal abuse.
What the heck? I got a gerbil. What the heck?
Multiple gerbils.
In his pants.
Multiple gerbils recovered.
Okay. We're just advising that our suspect has multiple gerbils in his pants.
Okay, just warn the medics about
Well, at least they weren't somewhere else.
Gerbils on you.
Please don't tell me you put a gerbil somewhere else.
Grab my shears.
For your safety, is there a gerbil inside you?
Grab my shears and cut further up that pant leg. And probably this one because there's shit in there too. I don't do rats. Mice. I don't do
Gerbil. It's not a rat, it's a gerbil.
It's a gerbil.
For second-degree Lemmy wings.
Breaking and entering.
We've told you multiple
You
times.
have
blood all over you, and you have merchandise
that you stole. And gerbils.
And gerbils that you stole and abused, clearly. Good Lord.
Cody, you know what you gotta do.
That's 50 to 152. 152.
Gerbil recovered.
They keep trying for property crimes. I tried multiple times on the detective channel and all day.
I believe the cops are wondering the same thing, Mr. Elwood.
Traumatized enough.
Get to calls from the convention hall tonight. Philip Wagman of Real Clear Politics noting this moment when J.D. Vance's mom mouthed the words, "That's my boy, that's my boy," telling Speaker Johnson, who was standing next to her inside the VIP box.
I think I do have it set to on the cautious side, Mark.
Tears. And as her son, the GOP vice presidential nominee, celebrates.
So please, you guys allow shit and add terms and shit and make it better.
Moments from the floor. Olivia Beavers from
Oh my God,
reading this out.
These
Ear
people.
bandages are spreading on the convention floor in a sign of solidarity with Trump. The Hill newspaper also has more of those images as well. Let's get to calls. Jay in Milwaukee, Republican. Jay, have you come down to the FISERV forum?
I could not make it down, unfortunately. But I do have a speech I would like to say, for everybody here that I wrote as a whole. Sorry about not being able to come down there, but with how busy it was and with transportation and me personally, I'm a young adult and dealing with a lot of tickets and stuff coming through, but
okay, Jay, what are your thoughts on JD? What are your thoughts on the senator?
You only got like 15 minutes, Jay. Come on.
So, I have a speech I would like to say, and it's how could anyone hate Trump? Are you
serious?
Putting him in jail. They tried charging him with felonies, which will be appealed. They tried to take his money and did. They tried portraying him to be so bad and did. And as we the people demand the change that is needed, Biden, a former vice president, senator, and is the government, is not the one for us. It's we the people of the United States, not we the government of the United States. One fact is we're taking it.
Good, cut him off.
Jay's thoughts there in Milwaukee. The delegates
Damn
are
it, Jay.
filing out of the Fiserv Forum in downtown Milwaukee.
Oh, sorry.
Ruben,
Sorry, I
in
smacked my
California,
microphone.
a Democratic caller. Ruben, did you watch tonight?
Yes, I did. I watched all 3 nights and very, very impressed.
Really?
With the Republican Party and what they're doing. I've been a long-time Democrat, but I did vote for Trump.
Easily impressed.
Election. And what I want to say is I am so glad. I am a union member belonging to the Offer Engineers Local 3 in the San Francisco Bay Area. And it is so nice to finally see a union official get up there and talk to the Republicans. Hey, we're like you guys. We want what you guys want. And I'm so glad that
he said nothing of the sort.
Because we are 44,000 members strong in Local 3 Offer Engineers. And I'm a retired operator engineer. I'm 66 years old. And a lot of my friends that I've talked to are just like, wow, Trump, we need Trump. We need Trump. Because what Gavin Newsom and the Democrat Party have done to San Francisco, the Bay Area, California itself is just horrible. And we see all the gas prices and everything. And what really, I decided that I am not voting for probably another Democrat or Joe Biden is from the day
Even is the national average right now.
He killed the Keystone Pipeline. And I was a trainer for heavy equipment operators, and we had thousands of people come to our training center that went to the Keystone Pipeline, and I feel for them on a stroke of a pen that he can.
350. That seems about right. That seems about like where it's
but tens of
fluctuated
thousands
in my lifetime.
Welders, pipe fitters, union workers, and stuff. And so I am really impressed with this Republican convention. I am so glad that I want to see what the Democrats are going to bring, because
he is in California.
They can't hold a candle to anything, And so, yes, I enjoyed it.
All right, Ruben.
Okay.
A Democrat there in California saying he enjoyed this convention and the messages that he heard. On the Democratic side, Axios is scooping tonight that the former Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has warned the president of a 2024 presidential peril. MJ Lee of CNN tweeting this out. Nancy Pelosi privately told the president in a recent conversation that polling shows the president cannot defeat former President Trump and that Biden could destroy Democrats' chances of winning the House in November if he continues seeking a second term. Now, Jonathan Karl tweeting out earlier that a similar message was delivered to the current president this past weekend by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. David in Huntington Beach, California. David?
Hi, Greta. I would like to tell you that I'm also a union member, and I support Trump, and I love seeing his family, because this is his country, his family's country. I'm just in love with the party now.
What?
It's awesome. I think that maybe they'll just be one party someday.
And what do you think about Senator J.D. Vance and the message that he had tonight? He talked about American workers. Were you pleased to hear that? Were you pleased with the pick?
Yes. He's so well-rounded. His family is like a real family. It's not perfect. And I've never been so inspired for our country. He's great. His whole family, just the whole, makes people feel closer to him, opening up about his mother and things like that. It's great. I just really think that our country is kind of waking up a little bit. And I have a lot of friends that are Democrats that are like, we're done. We're seeing the truth. And I like it.
So David, what do you think of the news that we just shared with you about the former speaker and the majority leader Chuck Schumer having conversations with the current president, Joe Biden, saying that they believe that he shouldn't run for a second term, or that polling shows it doesn't look good. What if there is another candidate? What if there is another nominee for president on the Democratic side?
Yes, Greta, I think that he was never really in charge, and his party is run by who knows. And so I feel like whoever they put in there, it's going to just be the same old stuff that we don't like. And it really, it's just the proof is in what you do, actions. And I don't think that California, where I live, is very, I feel like the voting is not real anymore. I just don't trust it. I don't think.
David's thoughts there. In California, as we told you earlier, the Associated Press reported that this is the first political
convention sense to me, Mr. Elwood.
for the vice presidential
pick
of the former president, Senator J.D. Vance. Tonight was the biggest speech of his political career. Take a look at what C-SPAN has put together on acceptance speeches by previous vice presidential nominees, including tonight's J.D. Vance. He came in just shy of the longest speech by a vice presidential nominee.
Sarah Palin is the longest
speech at 38 minutes, and Senator J.D. Vance speaking tonight for just shy of 36 minutes. Westfield, Wisconsin. Caller, are you there in Westfield, Wisconsin? It's your turn.
I am good. I would like to say thank you, Greta, for allowing me to come on and as an independent or as undecided voter. Thank you for allowing me to just speak on to this behalf, which I've been watching the convention heavily.
And what do you think? What did you think of the whole week?
So, as an immigrant, I immigrated from Russia, and I definitely can tell you, as an immigrant, I was completely shocked of what happened on Saturday. And one thing is that I thought there would be more people unified, and I really liked how the GOP has kind of switched. But besides Ron DeSantis, which again is, when I'm looking at the ballot box, I'm looking at who can unify the country better. And I was hoping that as J.D. Vance, he did a phenomenal job tonight, and it was more personable. It was more of like, hey, I'm right with you. But I think I have to see a little bit more of J.D. Vance actually on the campaign trail for me to even vote towards the GOP. I would have to see more. I need to see a little bit more policy coming from J.D. Vance, because I didn't see that tonight.
All right. Well, you can go to our website, cspan.org. He has over 90 appearances in our video library there. So check it out for yourself to learn a little bit more about him. Let's go back down to the convention floor. Susan Swain there with one of the delegates.
That's hilarious how Greta's like, well, you can see more on C-SPAN. We got plenty of content for you. Great plug.
And this is Stephanie Sochak, who is a Wisconsin delegate, and this is her very first convention. So what's it like?
Sukepku. I thought that's like what a Japanese person does when they commit suicide for honor or something.
I mean, this is they'll try to call again.
Oh, these are some hook boots.
Yeah.
If you don't get a hold of them on property crimes channel, reach out to Robbery. The Robbery detective, so see you walking over there.
Let's throw him in a cruiser here. Go ahead. Somebody grab the other side. All right, we're going to have you sit up.
Cheetah Man in the cruiser.
Good God.
If you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to hit you with a commercial break, so you'll see the last of the C-SPAN calls when you get back.
Lots of glass falling out.
Don't leave. Just turn the volume down on the commercials. Open a different browser, different tab on your phone, sort of thing. Come back to it.
It's never ending. This is the one.
What's up, man? Yes, that's why we have to get a hold of you.
What is the sign fan?
Does he have mistletoe?
I've got her cell phone number.
His hood?
Yeah.
They don't have long hair.
Who drove that one? Was that you guys?
We came around. Because you're right by them.
Well, these people were like shining.
It looks like he might be kind of cute.
Would you do me a favor and put my glasses away?
We looked at this.
4 eyes here, thank you.
They just want to sit on
Yeah, just push bumper until push bumper's fine.
Until they get him patched up.
You got him.
Why do they need all these cops?
Take a picture and take it up to the
Motherfuckers just had nothing else going on, so they showed up.
Oh, it was in his
Yeah, well, we'll check out what's going on over here with this dude.
They were
this gerbil dude.
They were desperately trying to escape his pant leg. They were not living there by any means.
Oh, that's...
Hold on, why is it fly?
Oh, yeah.
We didn't see a cop get bit by a bird. That was pretty cool.
I mean, I got a spot there, so I'll need some geeker juice here. I'll go find you some.
Live on news, can we?
No, we can't.
I mean, like, we're not going to put them in a bag and take them to the park.
I mean, if they're not going to be able to sell them, maybe we can keep them as a...
This is not your animal video.
No.
Yeah. You get your gloves off.
They were in their little cage.
I gotta get some juice, yeah. Oh, that's good enough.
Juice. We have a big old bowl of Fruity Pebbles. Bring it over here.
That actually smells good.
Alright.
It has like a floral smell.
It's like a floral smell.
It does. It's not bad.
Can they chew their way out of it?
Dude, lavender.
They're going to get in a crash because the gerbils are going to break free and they're going to jump in the well.
I see it now. What was the contributing factor? The escaped gerbil.
Hey, that's all valid as anything. There's your PC for PetSmart and the fucking gerbils in his pants. Where's the PC for what? Book bag, dog boots. Yeah. Lord. Is it just his wrist?
He's exhausted from his festivities.
Yeah. And coming down. Whatever the hell he was on.
He probably did steal some drugs.
No, I got this in break.
All right, great job. Great job, gentlemen.
They come up with a cooperation name for this. That would have to put on my resume that I led Operation Gerbil Bandit.
Operation Gerbil.
Is it a gerbil?
Operation Gerbil Rescue.
Yeah, we got
Operation Gerbil Rescue.
Up on that stage behind us. We will begin our coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern Time with getting your thoughts on the day and the night ahead of the speech. What do you want to hear from the former president? At around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when the fifth and final session will begin. It's expected to end around 11 p.m. Eastern Time, and then we will pick up again with your reaction and your calls. Inside the Pfizer Forum, around the building, in the hallways, here is a moment we want to share with you from today. The Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, was in town walking, and she was peppered with questions by two senators, Senator Marsha Blackburn and John Barrasso. Heated questions to her about what happened this past Saturday.
This is exactly what you were doing today on the call.
Stonewalling. Attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump
Roger, take a left across this plaza to the far corner.
Secret Service Director here in Milwaukee getting pressed by two senators there on that attempted assassination of the former president. Now, she is been asked to testify on Capitol Hill next week before several committees. And we will see if that actually happens. House Oversight has asked for her to testify. Homeland Security Committee has asked her to testify. Task Force are being created to investigate what happened as well. Zach in Dallas, Texas, a Republican. Zach, what resonated with you tonight?
Zach.
Hey, well, thank you for allowing me to call in. And I just got to say the message of unity from J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha, was just exactly what I wanted to hear. And also the speech from Kai Trump was just nothing short of amazing. And
amazing.
Makes me so excited to vote for Donald Trump in November. And this is coming from a young Nikki Haley voter that goes to SMU. And I just am more excited than ever and ever to vote for Donald Trump in November.
Zach, what were some of the lines that you still remember after listening tonight?
I will say that probably number one line was actually from J.D. Vance's mother when she said, "That's my boy." And when he really just was having that special connection with his mother across the stage, it just really touched me. And I just think that's someone we need in the White House right now as the vice president.
All right. Zach there in Dallas, Texas. Phil in Queens. Hi, Phil.
Hey, how you doing? And thanks for great coverage. My wife and I watched every minute on C-SPAN. Occasionally we'd switch to another channel and they were yapping, but you put people in the auditorium, which is really important and wonderful. I'll tell you something. I'm an old liberal, McGovern liberal, worked for Jimmy Carter, for Ramsey Clark, for Mo Udall. I go back a while. And the biggest effect for me in trying to make a decision this year was seeing all the regular citizens from every walk of life that the Republicans brought in. Woman from New York who lost her son to fentanyl, another mother, and really I just have been touched, and I feel that the Dems have left the old Democrats. The Dems have left the old liberals, whether they're pro-Hamas or pro-criminal. I think the proof is in the pudding, and as much as I'm conflicted, I want to go to the supermarket and have lower prices. I live in an area with $1 million houses, and we have homeless and drug dealers roaming in a really nice neighborhood. It's never happened before.
You want drugs delivered?
Get back to some common sense unity that most people can agree on, and I think the Republicans are much closer. I think the Democrats have been lying to us, and that's it. That's my bit. Thank you for having me on. God bless you all, and God bless America. Something Joe Biden doesn't
All right,
say.
Phil.
Cavitate, is that it? Good
Thanks
evening,
for
my
watching
friend.
our coverage this week. Jason in Richmond, Virginia, Democratic caller.
Good afternoon. I feel like I've got whiplash watching this.
I was just telling you good evening.
I didn't really.
I don't know anything about trading.
Speech is very inspiring. I mean, his platform, basically what he spelled out was what Joe Biden's been doing the past couple years. I mean, Joe Biden's got an infrastructure bill for the blue-collar workers and other people. I
don't get that very often.
The steel is manufactured from USA made. I mean, he's done the CHIPS Act that brought jobs back, manufacturing back here. So I just think that, it wasn't very inspiring. The young lady that came up there tonight.
I may just be stoned.
He's desecrated the oil industry. They have more, production and then history. I mean, the energy industry has made more money under Joe Biden as under any other industry previously in administration. So it's just been like whiplash. Like, I don't know what we're actually looking at, because you're saying one thing, but you're not doing,
Different how do you figure?
You're not doing what you're saying. You're not, Joe Biden, he might not be the most, person to put out there, most charismatic, or, just he bumbles, but he gets things done. And a lot
he may not be the smartest or the most charismatic or the best talking or the best looking.
The Democrat Party is fracturing itself. The Republicans have got united behind Trump, but you look at the policies was put in. Like I said, just look back through history for the past 100 years. Every major policy, and who can debate this? that's helped the working class.
In Trump's defense, it was a busy weekend.
Democratic administration, Social Security, unemployment,
he almost died.
ACA, Medicare, Medicaid, all these were implemented by Democratic administrations and fought against by Republicans, and now they're more popular under Republicans and Democrats.
And apparently he did not play golf, but was just in a golf cart
Jason,
on his golf resort.
Barbara, who's in Bradenton, Florida, Republican. Barbara, are you there? Oh, Jason in Richmond, Virginia, Democratic caller? All right, here we go. Let's try Michael in Lawrence, Kansas. Michael.
Michael.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
Oh, this is going to be good.
Hi, Michael.
Yeah.
We can.
Can you hear me? Are we on?
We can hear you, Michael. Go ahead.
Okay.
You are on.
Yeah, thank you. I watched this evening. I haven't watched the first two nights, but I watched this evening from beginning to end. I felt like it made me proud to be American again.
Really?
And
who are these people?
Evening is concerned. As far as J.D. Vance is concerned, I'm 72 years old. I've seen a lot of VP picks over my time, and I am more impressed with J.D. Vance than I am with anybody I've seen before. So I'm very hopeful for this year, and fight, fight, fight.
Michael there in Lawrence, Kansas. That's our last call for the evening, but the conversation continues again tomorrow morning on the Washington Journal at 7 a.m. Eastern.
But these are people that are watching C-SPAN. Your normal average American isn't watching C-SPAN. Even if you consume political content, you probably didn't watch the RNC. You could be an avid political content consumer, and you're still not going to watch the Republican National Convention. If you do tune into it, it's probably going to be Trump's speech. Maybe you tuned in for Vance tonight. So, like, you take the callers that you're hearing with a grain of salt, because they're not indicative of your average everyday American. You got to be fucked up to watch C-SPAN. And we are. We're very fucked up. Just throwing it out there. Okay, so the New York Times is reporting that Biden is more receptive to hearing pleas to step aside. The president has given no indication that he is changing his mind about staying in the race, but is said to be more willing to listen to the case for bowing out. So maybe we're making some headway. If it happens, it should happen tomorrow or Friday. That's the day that it will have the most impact. I'm glad you guys joined me for the convention. It is indeed elder abuse. We should not be parading Biden out there. But it's his decision. We need to, we're not the ones that need to convince him, right? Okay, we gotta get an update on this before we get out of here. This is a story we've been following for a couple weeks. A woman shot another woman at a church's chicken. They had some sort of dispute. She is asking for her case to be thrown out. I wonder what fucking grounds she's wanting her case thrown out. Good night, Torchy. You don't want the church's chicken killer story before you get out of here?
Accused of a fatal shooting at a church's chicken went back in front of a judge this Wednesday morning. Monica Williams is charged with first-degree murder for the fatal shooting that claimed the life of Anitra West. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Stephanie Skurlock.
And I'm Greg Hurst. Following the attack, photos of the accused were released.
Police says they were trying to arrest her. Although the woman was seen on video, the defense is saying that may not be enough to move forward. WREG's Jarita Patterson explains why her attorney is trying to get the case thrown out.
Even though they have her on video committing the crime, not actually committing the crime, but they do have her on video.
Monica Williams, a first-degree murder suspect, was escorted back into Judge Bill Anderson's courtroom Wednesday. The 45-year-old spoke briefly with her attorney, Scott Hall.
I have been retained.
She is accused of shooting to death Anitra West while the victim was at work at this Church's Chicken in Orange Mound last week. This all stemmed from an argument detectives explained in this affidavit. However, her attorney says is what you don't see in the report that he could capitalize on.
Reviewing the affidavit, I haven't seen any list of witnesses on this case, so we may be also...
It is indeed Scott Hall, AO.
So making a motion to dismiss.
This case has garnered a lot of attention. Sitting 5 rows away from Williams were half a dozen of her family members. Williams, who has mostly appeared unemotional, could be seen wiping away tears before pulling down her mask, smiling, mouthing words, and finally giving her family an okay hand gesture. But District Attorney Steve Mulroy says nothing about this case is okay.
Ordinary disputes.
Is it wrong of me to think that she is also cute? It is. What is wrong with me? What was her name again? I keep forgetting it. Just calls her the Church's Chicken shooter.
Ordinary beefs that would have just been at most a shoving match are now fatal. And it means we need tougher gun laws, but it also needs we to be extra vigilant on bringing these people to justice.
Mulroy also addressed the defense's claim about any possible lack of witnesses.
It is not unusual for us
Monica
to
Williams
based on video surveillance evidence, even if there are no actual live witnesses.
As you heard Defense Attorney Hall say, he may move to have this case dismissed, but the operative word there is may. That has yet to be seen. What we do know for sure is a bond hearing is set to happen inside this courtroom Monday. We'll certainly keep you updated. Reporting for your news leader inside the CJC, Jarita Patterson, WREG, News Channel 3.
Defense attorney Scott Hall says the bond hearing could allow the victims' loved ones to also address the court. Again, Monica Williams is set to go back before the judge Monday.
All right.
There has been enough references to Scott Hall's that I feel like I might need to make a drop of the Scott Hall cup popping out going, hey, yo. Here is Joe Biden arriving in Delaware. I love me some Scott Hall. Okay, here, Mox. This is getting extremely specific. I don't even know, like, if you know about this, right? So, like, Scott Hall says that he believes that the Montreal screw job was a work and that Brett was in on it. And, like, he can't possibly believe that. He's fucking with everybody when he says that, right? Like, it's messed up. He's working us because he can't possibly believe that. It's nonsense. He's fucking best friends with the dude that did it. There's no way. There's no way he believes it. Anyway, here's Joe Biden arriving in Delaware.
Nevada was supposed to be campaigning tonight, diagnosed with COVID, flew back to Dover. He's going to be spending time at Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, their home.
They don't believe shit anymore because he's dead.
Paxlovid, how's he doing? And what did we make of these images coming out of Air Force One tonight?
It certainly does seem from watching this video that the president appears to be feeling the effects of this COVID diagnosis. He's moving a little bit slower, getting his way down.
He looks like he is having a hard time breathing.
It does appear he needs a little bit of help, extra help from the Secret Service just to get in the vehicle. The president's doctor does say he's experiencing mild symptoms, a cough, a runny nose, some general malaise, some of those symptoms I think a lot of Americans can relate to, having gone through some of this. He has, of course, been vaccinated and boosted, and we're told that he has received his first dose of Paxlovid. And when he got down there at the base of the stairs there, he was asked questions by reporters. He told them, "I am doing well." He gave them a thumbs up. He is now going to be isolating at his beach house. And we did note he wasn't wearing a mask there when he came down the stairs.
Yeah.
But it does appear once he gets in the car that he puts that mask on. David.
Puts the mask on. It appears that he might be getting a little help just getting into the car there. Hard to make out through the rain what exactly is going on there, but it does look like certainly that the president's feeling the effects of early in the stages of COVID, and many of us have been there. So we do wish him a speedy recovery.
We are once again on
Biden dies of COVID watch.
Why am I like? Is there a video to go with this? Let me grab an animal video and let's get the fuck. Because we do it all over again tomorrow. I had animal videos. I don't have something. Why is Alex Jones in my animal videos? Man is an animal, but not the cuddly kind of animal. Thank you, DJ Dub. I appreciate all your support. Fucking throwing out the gift sub. Thank you, DJ Dub. Here's your cute animal video. They'll grow up being best friends. Oh yeah, give him a lick. Give little baby a lick. Have him for dinner. Oh, look at his little tail wag. You ready for some cults and satanic panic? This is how you get cults and satanic panic. By getting raided by JustinFREAKIN over to the Echoplex media stream. Oh, wait a minute. It's not Thursday, it's Wednesday night. I'm sorry. Yes, I correct myself. Strap on your thinking cap and let's go shake the intellectual Dollar Tree. Technically it is Thursday. For me. It just became Thursday. I'll blame it on that. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol, live.